Great, welcome everybody. Thank you to the organizers of the HCI for inviting us all here. We've got a really great session for you here. And I want to introduce our esteemed panel. We've got Fadia Cayo, the Regional Manager for Education in MENA for the World Bank. We've got Professor Stefano Caselli, the Dean of SDA Bocconi School of Management in Italy. We have Robert Maguire, who is on my list here, the founder and CEO of Altruistic AI, and then Benjamin Krause, the Executive Director of the Becker-Friedman Institute for Economics in the University of Chicago. We have Neil, I'm not going to get it right this time, so Neil Vidyantha, close enough. I did it well in rehearsal, right? So, Head of Learning and Organizational Development, Shepherdji Palonji International in the UAE, and Dr. Tagreed Al-Sarraj, GM of Education and Talent Development, Museum Commission for the Ministry of Culture of Saudi Arabia. So in this session, we're talking about how we live in a world where knowledge doubles every 12 hours, and we're seeing traditional education struggle to keep pace. And making inclusive lifelong learning is the key catalyst for unlocking human capability. During the session, we want to focus on the themes of learn, belong, and act, and provide some ideas on how to grow human capability with some real-life examples of successes and progress towards these goals. I want to start with some definitions, and I'll ask Fidelia for you. What do we mean by democracy of learning?
Thanks, Nick. Thanks a lot. I also want to echo what you said, thanking the organizer of the HCI. Interesting question, no, to start the day. So yesterday I attended a lot of the sessions and super interesting. And during one of the sessions, someone said that with AI and all the digital tools, now a child in a village can gain the same access to resources as a professor in a renowned university. So when you think about that, you see how AI, all the digital online tools can really help with democratizing learning and knowledge. It sort of removes all the barriers, all the geographical barrier, giving access to the same thing to everybody. So it's a wonderful concept, no, very inspiring. So I was very excited to hear that. But one thing maybe I want to put on the table here as we engage in this panel is one data. And at the World Bank, we have an indicator, the Learning Poverty Indicator. It's the number of 10-year-olds, or the share of 10-year-olds who cannot read and understand a simple sentence. Okay, so you would expect that when you reach 10-year-old, you understand, you're able to comprehend simple sentence. That number globally, we find that more than 70% of children in the world who are 10-year-old cannot understand and read a simple sentence. And in the MENA region, in the region that I cover, this number is about 2/3. So 2/3 of kids, 10-year-old, cannot understand simple sentences. And I just want to say that in countries, in developed countries, including in the Gulf, this proportion is more than half. So I just want us to also keep that in mind as we engage in the conversation, that for half of the kids who cannot just have the basic, who don't have access to basic foundational skills, how do they go forward with having access to all this knowledge? And what does it mean in terms of democracy of knowledge, in terms of giving access to good knowledge, but also relevant knowledge in the future?
Does anybody want to comment on, define the democracy of knowledge a little bit, even more, to add on to what Fadia just commented on?
I wanted to add is that before, I think with this concept of democratizing knowledge, is that it leveled the field.
Yeah.
So everybody now has a fair chance, and it's fair play for everybody. So you can't say, I have to travel to so-and-so place to get this education. I can now have it in wherever on God's earth you are. If you have internet, you have that access. Now the whole trick is to get the internet to those rural areas in order for them to also, study at whatever university. I'm just going to give names. It's like I can be in Harvard taking executive programs while I'm in wherever. And so that's the beauty of the democratization, is that we now all have, if you speak the language, and even if you don't speak the language, you can have translation. And then there's instant translation. There's technology that can support you, that instantaneously the professor is talking and you can actually real time speak to him in a different language, but the technology can speak the language of the professor. So here it is.
Where's all this knowledge coming from?
So I think knowledge is now, it is co-created and adaptable. So meaning co-created, because you can't say, oh, I'm just taking anything that applies to in one country, we're going to take it and transfer that knowledge into another country. It needs to be co-created and adapted to that region. And that's how knowledge spreads. And then there's no limits to this knowledge, because every time is going to be co-created with somebody else and developed. So in one of the programs that I have, which is we brought SOAS University of London, SOAS, to come to Saudi and to develop a program which is a postgraduate diploma in museum studies. Because we're the Museums Commission, we need to build the sector to have Saudi youth to develop this sector and to work in this sector. We're not the number one. We're not there yet, but we need to develop this sector, and so we need to invest in our youth. And so when we did this program, we brought SOAS, but what happened is that if we just bring them internationally and come and develop something here, it's an international knowledge coming in, but it doesn't take care of what's happening in the region or in the country. So partnering them with a Saudi local university, then they now can co-create this knowledge, what is adaptable here, what is okay here, what is not okay, which the international partner doesn't know. So that co-creation now developed a new program that even if they're in the UK, they're not gonna get it because it is now a new set of knowledge that's being locally created. Yeah, and then that's the co-creation and adaptation to the knowledge.
So this is a huge problem, right? And there's not going to be a single way to solve the problem. Stefano, how do you define the problem? What's your take on this issue?
Let me say, I want to give the perspective of a school of management, working mostly with, let me say, older people, so MBA, exec MBA, and mostly corporates or financial institutions or governmental entities. We design programs every day. Let me say the challenge today is to transform knowledge into impact, because knowledge is growing exponentially. It's like to say the amount of raw materials is growing continuously. That's great, but we need to shape, let me say, what is the right process and what is the right organizational design to turn the knowledge into impact. And the game we play, but let me say most of School of Management plays with, in a successful or not successful way, that's competition, but the playing game is horizontal and vertical, that's the challenge. Vertical means we have several silos from marketing, finance, accounting, and now we had to add other silos with specific rules that are data science, AI, politics, and so it's crucial. But we have to play in the same time horizontally. And horizontally means starting from the needs of the students, of practitioners, organization, how to combine. And how to combine is not, let me say, magic. It's something we continuously play, working together with our customers, with our practitioners, to work with them, and again, as I said before, to turn the knowledge into impact. That's crucial, avoiding one temptation, and the temptation is the crowding out of legacy content, because the temptation we have is some silos, marketing, finance, accounting, they belong to the past, and basically they can be substituted by something else. It would be a huge mistake, because what is relevant is to combine continuously all the vertical silos with their evolution, with their content, with their peculiar aspect, with the horizontal way. That's, let me say, the challenge.
So what you're talking about is integrating the old with the new. Is anybody focusing on that area of integration?
Yeah, so it's interesting when we talk about knowledge creation. So I'm at the University of Chicago, and it's one of the things that we've really been struggling with. We put a lot of effort into bringing out the latest paper, the shiniest new thing, our latest finding, and trying to get it out in the world so we can have this kind of impact. It's very much the mission of the Becker-Friedman Institute that I work at, where we have this twin mission of frontier research and global impact. But we've been realizing that by kind of always putting out the latest thing, we're sort of losing focus on the stock of knowledge. Like, what have we built collectively as society in various disciplines, and how do we put that forward? Because even as we're generating more and more information every minute of every day, and even as we are building these sort of collaborative joint knowledge experiences, there's important knowledge that we want to keep building off of. We don't want to lose track of the past and what we've already established. I think it can get lost in the noise of all that's being created in the moment.
Yeah.
If I could give also a somewhat contrarian overview from that perspective, from an AI perspective, democratizing access to artificial intelligence is not democratizing knowledge. I absolutely don't want to sound pedantic about it, but making language models available to every human on the planet means that you're giving access to a database. A database is a set of information. It's what you can extract from it and use it for. That's where the knowledge comes in. So I think to the point as well, content is the real key here. And as we exponentially create content, we have to ensure that it's growing with the humans that are using it from that perspective. And as you said, then make it culturally correct, right for the person that's using it. But it may be somewhat a pedantic point, but I do think that when we talk about the democratization of knowledge, we shouldn't see that through the lens of people can access language models globally, you know, just because I'm in sub-Saharan Africa, or, you know, I'm in Harvard University in Cambridge.
Well,
That's a completely, in my opinion, it's a completely different thing. Again, we built a language model here in KSA for the Ministry of Tourism, and you're completely right on that co-creation, where we had to understand the complete nuance of what it meant to use that culturally for the people using it, for the user to extract exactly what we're talking about, knowledge. And I just fundamentally think information and knowledge are two different things. And so I don't want to, it's very early in the morning, so I don't want to start a brawl.
Yeah, but there's the question of what's available to everybody,
Right.
and how should we help people prioritize and process that information, right? And I realized I neglected to introduce myself. I want to take a little time to toot my horn. So my name's Nick Haber. I am the chair of the Global Digital Literacy Council, which defines digital literacy as a workforce skill, and this is part of Pearson. And I just want to give a quick story about one of the first big projects I worked on. Was in the Belgian government wanted to digitize all of their work, and they realized the workers didn't have the skills to use computers. And they brought in training and trained everybody, and nobody took it seriously. And it was like a week's vacation for the folks there. And it's a cultural thing. So I've been in the assessment business for my whole life. And so we came in and we were brought in, we worked with the unions and with the government to define what does it mean to have those skills in the digital world. And the government just said, because they're a union, they couldn't force them to do anything. They said, anybody that passes these 3 exams will get a bonus in their paycheck. So psychologically, it's set up everything correct. And they were driving 20,000 people in 6 weeks to get these skills. And so that goes to my next sort of question about metrics, right? How do we measure success? In my example, they were using incorrect metrics on inputs of education, where once you tied the metrics to the outcomes of the education, that's when they started to see success. Ben, as an economist, can you talk a little bit about how to define metrics?
Absolutely. So one of the things that we really like to do is to try to set up iterative collaborations between innovators, implementers, researchers, where we work together to think about what is it that you're trying to achieve, and what does success look like? What could you measure that would give you a good sense of your making progress towards that goal? And then iteratively improving together. So collecting data, evaluating what the impact is, thinking about how do you refine and make the innovation even better. I mean, going back to the where we started here with 10-year-olds and illiteracy, 90% of kids in low-income countries can't read, 9 out of 10. And so even as we're talking about democratization of knowledge or of information, 9 out of 10 of our kids in this world in the lowest income countries won't be able to access any of that information if we don't think seriously about how we can improve on ways of increasing literacy for everyone.
Yeah. Neil, how do you measure success at your organization?
So talking about impact of learning in an organizational setup. Typically, in learning interventions, you have level 1 of feedback from the audience, the learners. Then you have pre and post assessments. That is how you gauge whether the knowledge transfer has taken place during the session, and then beyond the session, where organizations need to look at in terms of the impact on strategic investment in learning, where you look at the behavioral changes that has happened in that individual or the teams in terms of either increasing the sales over the period of time or reducing the level of errors in the transaction. These are some of the ways in which you can actually measure the impact of learning experiences and then show that, okay, this is an investment worth making. So that is something that in a corporate setup, you can actually look at impact measurement of learning interventions. Go beyond the just happy sheets.
Vidya, did you want to add to that?
Just building on what was just said, and where I come from is, at the World Bank, we work with governments really on systemic intervention. So we look at how countries can strengthen their education and skilling system to get better outcome. And one thing in terms of just responding to your question, how do you measure success? The first thing is you have to measure.
Yeah.
And many countries around the world, including some sophisticated countries, still do not measure education outcomes, or they do measure them once every 5 years, and not for all the kids. They take a sample or things like that. So the first thing that we have to insist on is that learning assessment are a critical part of well-functioning education system. The second aspect, very much building on what you just said, is that you have to measure the right things. And very often what we see is that we still measure access. How many kids are in school? But we know that kids in school do not always learn. And even if they learn, they don't necessarily learn what will be needed for the future. So moving towards measuring what really matters, not for today, but the competencies of the future, is what's going to set countries for success. So we're thinking about how measuring non-cognitive skills. How do you measure the ability of children to be flexible, to adjust, to be ready to learn? This is not easy. It's behavioral stuff that are really hard to measure. And this is the work that we're doing with many countries. This is really where we see the gap to be filled so that we have well-functioning systems for the world of tomorrow.
When you're investing in infrastructure, it's easy to see where that investment goes. You can see where the wells are dug, where the bridges were built. But education, too many people feel like it's a black hole. Stefano, did you have a comment?
Yeah, but it's, I agree that, we have to debate, but we don't have to debate a lot about how to measure the impact of education. We have to act.
Yeah.
Because if I see the numbers of needs all around the world, it is a shock to consider the number of adult people that are not employed and not educated. So considering also very high developed country, it is a problem. So in my opinion, it's much more important to act at any level. Obviously, if I consider my angle, the angle of a university and of a business school, obviously we have to educate, we have to work, but also we have to promote a social engagement. Yeah. It is crucial. It's not possible for a university to stay, I stay in my ivory tower, I do my job, everything is okay, absolutely everything is okay, rankings and blah, 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 but it's fundamental social engagement. That means to come out and to work with, elementary school, to promote corporates, to be much more active into the society. I do believe that the game we have to play, it's really holistic. Yeah. So act before measuring. Measuring is fine. Measuring is fine, but it's much more important to act in terms of education.
100% agree. And educators, we're so busy educating people that we don't have time to tell the stories about what we're doing, right? And that's one of the reasons why I'm so impressed by this event. It's like being at a rock concert for educators, and right?
Yeah.
And so it's exciting to be put on a big stage and have the opportunity to do that. And so let's tell our stories. Neil, do you want to? We were talking. You had a really great example of some challenges you're facing and some great ways to do that. What's your?
So we were talking about to truly democratize learning and knowledge transfer, and to ensure there is equality and inclusivity among the organization. I'm talking about not the academic setup, but a organizational learning and development setup. In order to do that, we need to, as learning leaders, we need to actively encourage or curate learning experiences which are intergenerational, because this is a topic that resonates well especially in the construction industry. So I'm talking about mentorship, which is the normal thing that most organizations do, but with a twist, because it is, yes, the senior people with decades of experience do have the ability to transfer knowledge through mentorship programs. However, we also have a younger generation who have something to offer. They have the digital fluency, they have the ability to look at newer perspectives, which can also help the older generations, the older colleagues benefit greatly. So, especially with the construction industry, which I'm heading right now, we had some example of a program where we consciously created this kind of a collaboration as part of an active learning project between the younger engineers and the senior management. So we have the younger engineer, let's say a 27-year-old engineer in the estimation team, working very closely with a senior commercial manager with years of experience navigating site realities, procurement challenges, contract risks, etc. But they are put together. The younger generation engineer is able to use the latest BIM, that is building information modeling software, the estimation takeoff software, etc., and able to come up with faster solution and probably more accurate solution. On the other hand, he's paired up with this senior commercial manager with years of experience in the industry, who's able to give his insights in terms of challenging some of the assumptions, in terms of taking into account adjusting for site-related contingencies, and also knowing very well, based on the previous experience, as to why many projects go over budget. So when you pair them actively in a learning experience and they work together, what we have seen is that they're not only able to come up with faster solutions, which are also accurate and insightful, with foresight. So what we have seen is that those estimations are more or less holding up in terms of the execution stage, and people are able to elevate the entire team's performance. So it's not just about only intergenerational knowledge transfer has to happen from the seniors to the juniors, but also the other way around.
Right.
So this is an experience that I had shared with some of my ex-colleagues. I used to work in the aviation industries earlier. So she was able to replicate a similar thing with the pricing and revenue management team, where this intervention worked very well.
It's a great mentoring example, and having it go both ways. Anybody else have experience of the mentoring in their institutions?
Yeah, we do a lot. We do a lot. Let me say that, today, especially at executive education level, it is impossible to run a program which is not yet a product, but it is an experience, it is a journey. And so every time we design a program, corporates require advisory, mentorship, they require also feedbacks. So it's a very holistic exercise, and compared to 15, 20 years ago, where basically the market of executive education, and I say in a very respectful and humble way, was a market where some needs and corporates are decided to buy something, a product, I don't want to say and that's it, and today it's a very complex exercise.
Yeah.
We start from the need, we design, we co-deliver or we deliver, we advise and we mentor, so no barriers. The product does not exist yet. It's an exercise, let me say, producing a lot of spillovers, both on the corporates and the university as well.
Yeah. Very similarly, at the University of Chicago, we're experimenting with a variety of ways of building these sort of mentorship relationships. How can we do like mini credential programs, or just getting some sort of exposure with professors, with other researchers? How do we bring people together from various communities to be doing this co-generation of knowledge? And so there's a lot of different experiments that are going on right now that I think are quite exciting, is trying to figure out how we bring this old together with the new to create something even better.
Right. And Robert, what's your take, altruistic AI's take on ways to solve the problem?
Yeah, well, I'd certainly echo Neil's point in the sense of what we've seen. We developed a paper with Harvard on the interaction of knowledge and how it's now not top down anymore, especially in the use of AI, right? Because what's happening now is all through yesterday, there was discussion about everything from the fear of the use of generative to industry using it, academia, et cetera, but one thing that we have seen is younger people, for example, are streaking ahead, right? They're using it, they're not waiting for the directive from the organization. And we actually seen now with the paper that we developed with Harvard and BCG, which is the big preeminent paper on the use of generative, that seniors are coming to juniors to ask them, how do I use these tools? Mm-hmm. And that's a paradigm we've never seen within industry before, right? That's a completely new thing. And when you apply that to a university setting, for example, you can still have that same instance where now, in certain circumstances, students know more than professors, right? So you're talking about a whole new way of thinking about these things. And as you look for applications of that within industry, for example, and again, within the construction industry, we've had to, with the use of AI, help organizations really completely reframe the user experience for learning, for certification as they go through that journey. And so one paradigm in which we're exploring that, of course, with younger generations is gamification, right? And knowing that, okay, if I can make this experience better, I'm imparting the knowledge, as you said, because those senior managers, as you mentioned, they're the things that really refine and fine-tune language models. You have to get the information from their brain into a machine. Right, so now it's becoming a collaboration, an even deeper collaboration between senior, junior, and AI, right? And then putting that and then saying, how do I build experiences on that to spread that knowledge, as we're talking about today?
If you allow me to echo and also elaborate on Robert's point, which is very, very important. We launched a VR competition in Saudi to be what is this VR competition is that we went through all the different parts of Saudi and all the different regions, and what we did is that say that you come up and this is in the museum sector, so come up with a story that tells the region, something about the region, and have a minimum of requirements in coding, and we will train you and transfer for 4 months, and then transfer that story into an actual experience, a VR experience that we can put in our museums. So the knowledge is from the people to the people, and the training that came out is the only outside element in that. But what it did allow is that now we have the interaction between the community, the creators of this knowledge, as well as the production of this knowledge. And now we have more visitors experience or wanting to come to see this knowledge that has been created by the people, by the locals of all the different regions. And we're not talking the main in let's say in Riyadh, but we're all the different regions in the north, south, east, west, and central. So now we have, and then this comes where the motivation comes in, is that there's a competition and the winner will be exhibited in the museum. So everybody's is actually trying to get and do their best to get that story or get that production in those museums. So you've gotten, the co-creation is happening, the adaptation, most of the trainers are not from locals, so that they're adapting that technology to what they want, that they think it's from that region that can tell the story, and they've created something new. And so it's very easy if you get a company that comes and does this VR for you, and they're done, and that's good. But you didn't have that interaction and that connection with the local, with the community. Yes.
Yeah.
And so that becomes a different knowledge altogether. Yeah. And I want to comment on something that you said is about in the statement that you said what we can do about this problem. I don't see it as a problem. I'm a positive person, but I don't see it as a problem. I see it as something to build on and to continue to grow. Everybody in this world is always growing. We're not going backwards by any means. So in terms of age, but even though with the knowledge, and I always say, if you stop learning, then you're dead, because every single day we learn something new. If something fell today, or I made that mistake, I'm not going to make it again because I broke it the first time, so I'll be extra careful next time. And so even those little things that you do on an everyday basis, you learning something. So why is it a problem? I see it as an opportunity to expand.
Yeah, so and on the side, I teach entrepreneurship. I'm an adjunct professor of entrepreneurship at Johnson & Wales, and we teach to combine problem and opportunity as the same thing. So that's, from my perspective, what you're saying is exactly the same thing. So when you see a problem, that could be an opportunity for an entrepreneur to solve that problem and create a whole new ecosystem or world. Robert, you wanted to comment.
I have a question for the academics, and especially I know Bocconi very well, and so one of what we're experiencing in terms of the projects that we're working on, the technologies that we're building, because of course, as we know, technology in general, and especially AI, right, is a great accelerator, you know, and I made an argument yesterday where we're all rushing towards automation. We should be rushing towards augmentation, right?
Yeah.
Because automation, for me, spells danger, augmentation is progress, right? But with respect to what we're seeing as an example, and sticking on the VR theme, I'm interested in what the experience is between how the gap with knowledge and the application of that knowledge between academia and enterprise is being shortened by AI and technology from that perspective. I'll give you the use case, and then maybe we can chat about it. So with BMW, for example, we built a VR lab, but then the Technical University of Munich took that lab into the university.
Yeah.
So what that meant was both the university and BMW were creating the content in the classroom. So that meant that instead of, okay, I'm going to work away for 4 years, absorb all this knowledge, get my degree, now look for a job, it's literally now you are actually applying the knowledge that you're going to do in the future sense. And that has been made possible, of course, by technology and artificial intelligence.
I totally agree. It is really a breakthrough or a deal breaker to redesign the role of university, because considering what happened in the past, the relationship between university, data, and corporates.
Yeah.
And the story, as usual, was we collected a lot of data throughout research center, we cooked the meal having a certain view and to deliver a solution. Now this story is not possible yet. So also in our business school, we created a lab, but the approach is the same, where we do not collect data. Corporates want to stay in to bring to the table their question marks. And question marks means I have no idea. And also on the academic side, we don't have any idea, but thanks to AI and to the power of AI, we work together to try to find solution. But this is going to happen inside the university. And it is great to generate spillover for scholars, for students, for executive education, and for corporate. It's really a game changer. It's completely, let me say, story that is going to happen thanks to what you said, absolutely.
Yeah, this is very, very similar to what I was talking about before. We've been working to set up these collaborative partnerships where we're working with the innovators, the implementers, and the researchers, and not just, as you say, like pull in the data, keep it, cook the cake and put it out in the world, but instead be working together day in and day out, and then bringing the students in as well. So Harris School of Public Policy has policy labs where we set up teams. It's part of their training to be out in the world, working with clients one-on-one. The Data Science Institute, very similar. They're assigning their students from very early on working out in the world, so that we're taking these skills, we're bringing the information back in, processing it together, and continuing this iterative process.
Sorry, Fadiyya, did you have a comment?
I don't want to interrupt.
No, I'm sorry, I'm hogging, but I just wanted to compliment Vidya and what we were saying, because it's an arc, in my opinion, to the beginning of the problem statement that you issued with respect to the democratization of knowledge. Because I think what AI is allowing us to do now, and I'm interested in the World Bank view on this, as we move forward, as we look at a traditional literacy problem that we have globally, I think there needs to be some iteration on how we think about that problem, because what AI can do for you is you can now decide what you want to learn because of access. And that was my pedantic point about access is one thing, knowledge is another, because now the digital divide is huge, right? Because of things that are not rooted in education, namely money, right? But AI can create a new divide, but it also can be the key to reducing the digital divide from that perspective.
But
if you
other than
think about it-
knowledge,
Yeah.
other than just knowledge, what about the quality of the learning?
That's my point. Yeah.
Because it is one thing to democratize by giving access to knowledge, but people get knowledge from different sources. And we don't know what the quality of knowledge that is coming from, especially for younger generation. They are taking all this knowledge, so what do we do with that?
Video.
Yeah, no, I'm really enjoying this conversation, and especially the last part on sort of how universities and adult learning is becoming closer to the world of work through AI. And the reason why I'm really enjoying it is because it exemplifies really well what we know about the science of learning. And the science of learning has made a lot of progress in the recent years, also because of advances in neurosciences and the ability to leverage neurosciences to understand how people learn. And what we know, one thing we know is that adults or like younger people, they don't learn in the same way as children, and especially adults. And when you get older, one thing that we know is that you have to learn in a practical setting. Also because that we get older, and at first I thought it was just me, like your memory is not improving, no? So, but I realized, no, this is a thing as you grow older. So AI has really this capacity to bring the practical world into university setting. And you mentioned a few examples of that through VR, through things like that. So I really think this is important. The thing I want to maybe put back on the table also, and maybe challenge us to think about, is what we also know about the science of learning is that there are some key competencies that are best acquired before you go into universities. And those core competencies are the one that we discussed, you know, how you are able to keep learning. And you said, you know, we should keep learning until we're dead. But that requires also some soft skills, some non-cognitive skills, the ability to be flexible, to be resilient, to adjust, to have a growth mindset. And this is what we know from the science of learning, is that those core competencies are best acquired during early childhood. The age 0 to 6 is a key window of opportunity for this basic non-cognitive skills to be acquired. And here, I really want us also to realize that in the MENA region and globally, children don't have access to good quality early childhood programs. In the MENA region, less than 1/3 of 3 to 6 children are enrolled in preschool. So they miss out completely on this clear window of opportunity, which means that later on you're going to get kids, you know, who haven't been able to acquire the basic literacy and numeracy skills, but also don't have that capacity, that growth mindset that are going to help them keep learning throughout their lives. So this is something where we have to do better. And we see countries, even the country where I live, Morocco, has done a lot of progress in developing access to quality early childhood programs in the recent year. They improved enrollment rate from 20 to 80% in 5 years in very rural areas. So this is possible. This doesn't even require a lot of money, and government and, you know, the education community has to realize that it's an investment that is critical to make for all those nice things to then happen later in life.
If I may, just to connect the dots, there was an article on Financial Times, March 24. It was very strong, a sort of paradox, saying corporates will not need junior people, only seniors, because a junior will be substituted by AI. It is obviously a paradox, and it is a huge mistake, because I totally agree we have to work on skills, we have to work on the foundation of knowledge, we have to work on management. So, but this article was important to say there is a temptation all around, and knowledge is much more sophisticated. And as educator, we have to create the right ground,
So
equal for all. That's quite important.
I would challenge that, because I was at the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation meetings in Detroit, and the US ambassador to the United Nations gave the keynote, and the first half of it was written with ChatGPT. And he said, even the role of an ambassador could be replaced with AI. So we're coming to the end, we only have 2 minutes here. One of the things that I've discovered in working in digital literacy is, and when we talk about this intergenerational thing, where younger people catch on to the new technology faster, but they don't have the social skills. So having that intergenerational, the older people teaching the social skills to the younger people, and the younger people teaching the technology to the older people is a great paradigm. But for the most part, older people, the way they teach it is they tell people not to do this, not to do that, and you can't practice not doing things, right? You need to, so Sagreed, what's your advice of things you can do that for a younger person can do with all this disruption in tech?
So I think the first thing you just said is that you can't tell people what not to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just can't. Especially children or adults, even for that matter. They're all, the minute you say, don't do this, they will do it. Yes, yeah?
Yeah.
We all have been there. We have kids, we have colleagues, everything. So that's the first thing, is that let people experiment. Let them make the mistakes. That those mistakes are the grounds that they will build the knowledge on. So like you said, kids, they have that window. Is it okay? It's that window that they have in life, and let them experiment, let them make mistakes, and let them learn from their mistakes. And yes, hopefully they don't do big mistakes, but even the little ones, that's how you learn, and that's how it's in our nature. That's how we learn. When you make a mistake, so I have an example of sometime when I grew up in the States for so long. So to me, if you say, "Oh, I failed doing this," it's okay. Yeah, I failed doing this. I'm just gonna fix it up and do it next time. But when I came to a different culture, and I didn't pick up on that word is very frightening. So when I was talking to a person and I said, "But you failed to deliver on this," the guy got so upset, and how could you say that? And I was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." So the failure the term is very different for different people and different cultures. So they think it's very bad to fail, but I see failure, as you know, entrepreneurship. It is the best thing you can do. Fail early, pick
And
up
learn.
and try again and
Yeah.
do it better. So it's just that concept, and then culture comes in and also plays a part, is that are you willing and open to that word change and failure and doing it again?
Thank you. We're out of time, so I'll leave you with, don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid to come up and chat with any of us afterwards. We'd love to keep the conversation. I hope to keep in touch with all of you. And thank you for having us here and running a great event. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, good morning to all, and thank you so much for joining us and for your patience as we got started. We're very excited and honored to have these incredible panelists join us and this amazing audience, so I hope we'll be very engaged during the discussion, inshallah. Today we come to talk about the topic of the hour, the topic everyone is talking about, the future of work. What does it look like? What are its implications? How is it going to change the world of tomorrow? And how do we prepare our youth to evolve and potentially shape this future of work? My name is Anne. I'm a partner with Bain & Company. I lead our social impact and human capital practice for Europe, Middle East, and Africa, and it's an honor to be here with you today. I was looking at research on the topic, and there's so much that's published on a daily basis. More recently, about 4 or 5 weeks ago, the World Economic Forum published its famous Future of Skills, Future of Jobs report for 2025. And they mentioned that there are 3 trends which are going to revolutionize the future of jobs. The first one, unsurprisingly, which we're going to spend quite a bit of time on today, is future of technology. How is AI, robotics, information processing, how is all of this changing the way we work? The second one was actually the increased cost of living and how that's shifting the way people work and where they work. And the last one was climate change. So those are some of the topics that might come in the discussion that we have today. Joined today on the stage, I have 4 incredible panels, and I have the hard job of trying to introduce them, so bear with me as I try to do justice to their bios. The beautiful thing is they represent a diversity of entities. We have employers, educational entities, tech companies, and they represent both Saudi employers and global perspectives. So we're excited to hear from them. I'll start with Ahmed, who is the Group CHRO at the National Bank of Kuwait, a very well-known institution with global presence. He has, mashallah, 3 decades of experience in the topic, joined the NBK in 2003, and rose through the rank across different divisions. Beyond the human capital part, he actually plays a strategic role and serves on multiple committees across NBK and is very active in the Kuwait community, both in finance and in the education space. He's a proud alumni of HKS and AUB, and recently received, just in 2024, the HR Icons Award for the most influential HR leader in the Middle East. Thank you for joining us, Ahmed. Then we have Dr. Lamiz, who is the head of talent management and performance section at the Public Investment Fund and has been a core member of the human capital team there for years, since 2016. She came to the PIF with extensive global experience, having worked for a decade in Europe previously, so she brings this dual global and Saudi perspective to the table as well. She has focused on management at large, but has a dedicated specialty in human capital and talent management, and is a graduate of KSU, University of Southampton, and King's College, and is a strong promoter of lifelong learning, having recently completed a certificate also at INSEAD. Thank you for joining us, Amis. We also have Ziad here joining us. Ziad is a Chief Manufacturing and Operations Officer at L.A.B, where he leads advanced manufacturing initiatives and operational strategy. That is not his only title, however, he's also the acting CHRO within the group. So he has this double hat where he also covers human capital development. He's a distinguished leader, has over 35 years of experience in oil and gas, in petrochemicals, having held key positions across a variety of entities from Saudi Aramco to Petron Corporation. Beyond all of this, he's also founded Sadara Chemical Company, where he led the world's largest petrochemical complex built in a single phase. Forgive me, I'm not an oil and gas person, so this was a sentence I learned about as I got to know you, Ziad, and thank you so much for joining us today. You bring experience in strategy and operation in global joint ventures, so we're very excited to hear your perspectives as well. And last but not least, we have Jeffrey joining us as well. Jeffrey is the CEO of L.A.B Education. He was recently named amongst the top 30 CEOs in Arabian's Business 100 Most Inspiring Leaders. Congratulations. And brings to the table 25 years of experience in transformation globally. He's a leader in EdTech. He spearheaded projects across multiple countries. He was formerly a GM at Pearson Education, and also spearheaded L.A.B's IPO on Abu Dhabi's Security Exchange, which was valued at $1.85 billion. He's on the boards of Taki and Forbes Tech Council, and a member and a graduate of LBS. Thank you so much to all 4 of you for joining us. I think we're excited to get started. It's important to say the audience is welcome to ask questions. We have a very strict timeline they're keeping us to, which you can see there, but please don't hesitate to jump in as we go through the different topics. So we have 3 topics that we want to touch on today. The first one is just to set the landscape or the stage for the future of work. Everyone talks about it, but it's not clear what exactly it covers. Everyone has a different definition. So we wanted to start with a broad question to all of our panelists on how you would define the future of work in one sentence, and why does it matter now more than ever? And we'd love to hear your perspective on the latest global shifts that we're seeing there, in addition to how they affect different roles and different sectors in a different way. So we'll start with you, Ahmed, if that's okay.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and I would like to welcome the crowd here. And hopefully today will really bring value for the discussion related to the items that we are going to go through. The future of work, actually, it's a hot topic now in the industry, which is always accompanied with AI. AI, actually, it's a great tool that comes to the professional world. And I would like just to correct, first of all, a concept that most of the people think that AI can replace a human. It's the opposite, actually. It will replace redundant processes, enhance the processes, and it's a great assistant, actually, for the human being in order to do something more complex, more value, and bring benefits. So the future of work, definitely, it would be human plus AI.
Thank you, Ahmed. And maybe just to ask the audience, if you could raise your hand if you've used AI in the last months for work. Okay, that's like 80% of the audience.
Oh, the audience.
So clearly it's advanced. Please, Dr. Amis, if you have any additional thoughts.
Yes. Thank you, Anne, and thank you everyone for having me today. Assalamu alaikum jami'an. I will echo what Imad said at the end, but AI, climate change, robots, at the end of the day, investing in humans, this is what really is essential, and this is what's really important. So I'd say don't forget to invest in humans from a human capital perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amis. Please, Ziad.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay. The future, as I see it, really is we're going digital. We're actually location agnostic. It doesn't matter where you are anymore. And we're going with technology. I just want to leave you with one point. We went virtual because of a disease. Because of COVID, all of our way of doing business around the world changed. And it's because of that that I believe we can use AI and we can use the digital framework to change the way we do business. Not to make it better, to actually change it.
Thank you, Ziad. Jeffrey, do you want to add any thoughts?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's an honor to be here. I mean, just to build on, I think, what everyone's saying, I think it's all about human-centered AI. This is a buzzword. And if you look back a few years ago, it was about AR and VR, then the metaverse. But I think AI and generative AI has really disruptive capabilities. I read the same report you read about the World Economic Forum, the Future of Jobs Report 2025. And one of the key themes I picked up is that 40% of the skills that are needed in the next 5 to 10 years are skills that don't exist today. So I think the future of work is really about rethinking what those skills are and preparing the workforce to be prepared for what that is. I think that's essential.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Do any of our panelists feel that these shifts are affecting roles and positions differently? Maybe, Ziad, I come to you because I think in manufacturing there's been a lot of talk around how AI has created change, but maybe not as much as the next robotics wave that we might be seeing. What are your thoughts on maybe the effect that in your sector or by role?
I'll give you an example of what we're doing here in Riyadh. In the next month and a half, we will be producing robots here in Riyadh, which are being produced by other robots. Robots making robots. That's kind of scary. But we're doing it. Lights out. Working 24/7, costing nothing. No visa charges, no medical insurance. Working around the clock. It's happening here in Riyadh.
So it's affecting all sectors, essentially.
It's affecting all sectors, but in a positive way. In a positive way. What we will need to do is upskill our talent pool now. What's happening in the world today is the upskilling requirement is becoming very short in nature. Rather than going out to a university, getting yourself a degree in 4 years, now the industry is changing faster than 4 years. You start the university degree, by the time you graduate, what you've learned has become old. And we have to become accustomed to continually learning, to continually enhancing.
Absolutely. And Ahmed, it seems like you had some thoughts on your perspective as well.
Actually, we are benefiting from robotics and bots and AI as well. We've introduced that since 3 years ago, and we've managed to automate workflows that allow us to really saving a lot of time with efficiency, because we, as in banking sector, we are a service provider. And with the clients, definitely efficiency means a lot. Less human errors, less delay, and so on. So you can imagine that the processes moved from 16% of our processes, then in 2024, we reached 68%. In 2027, hopefully we are aiming for 87% automating such workflows. I would like to share with the audience also the benefits of that. We saved almost 900,000 KD in cost by shifting a lot of processes to automation. We've saved 135,000 hours of employees' effort. And definitely efficiency and accuracy is the label. Now, with such tools, human resources or group human resources, actually the role is to prepare the employees for the future. So it is not anymore that you give or provide a training calendar that serve your current needs. Actually, you need to look forward and match your calendar with the strategic training need analysis, meaning that you look into the businesses, check their strategy, and then try to plot that strategy to your actions and so on.
Thank you so much. So it's very clear that AI affects all sectors, perhaps in different ways. And some of the research we recently did in the GCC shows that about 40% of skills across job have been automated so far. And this is higher in certain sectors and lower in others, but that is the average, so it's quite significant. And it makes the jobs more human, as you were saying. Perhaps this is a good transition to our second topic, which is around how we prepare this workforce for the future. And Ziad, you got us started a bit on the topic already. Some of the work we've done shows that the shelf life of skills went from 15 years in 1995 to about 6 years today, and 18 months when we look at tech skills. So as you were saying, a skill you learn in 18 months is pretty much outdated. So there's this new focus on upskilling, reskilling, which we all need to focus on. What do you think, I'll start with Ziad and maybe then go to Ahmed on this, what are the actions that we must take to equip our workforce, our youth, existing and future, right? Because we have a significant existing workforce as well, with the right skills and mindset. And what are the uniquely human skills that you feel are going to stay relevant as we move forward? And I'm excited to hear from you because I think you bring different perspectives. Please, Ziad, if you can get us started on this.
Okay. There are two ways that you can look at things. You can take a look at AI and you say, okay, I'm going to bring in robotics, or I'm going to bring in AI to actually enhance the way I do business. That's one way to look at it. The way that I would personally prefer is to basically say, no, let's not take a look at the way we do things. Let's start from scratch. basically say, if I had a clean sheet of paper, how would I do it? We need to be able to question the foundations that we're built on. That's the way we can become better in my mind. So if I'm going to use AI, it's not to enhance the process I already have, because that becomes biased. I already limit AI. I want to give AI the opportunity to say, you know what, forget what has been done in the past, and let's start from scratch. How would you do it? We need, and if you want to look at developing the human resources of the future, they need to be looking at things and questioning, not looking at how it's being done and how to make it more efficient and effective. They need to ask the question, why? Why is it being done this way? Take a step back and say, no, let me rethink this. And that's what we need to do. We need to get people to start learning to question the foundations of the past and to say, no, let's start from scratch, let's do it right. And that's the mindset we need to put into not only our team members at work, but this also starts in the family. This is our kids. And we do that. We actually do that at home. We start teaching them to ask why. We need to do the same things at work. And we need to develop that.
And often we don't have the answers to our kids' whys. But I love that. So focus on critical thinking, problem solving, to help them question the status quo. Ahmed, do you agree with this perspective? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, actually, again, these are tools. And if you put the human intelligence versus the artificial intelligence, definitely the human intelligence would win always, because the creator is the human, not the AI. Hence, this is why in MBK we always project the future. We try to strategize and put things that really, if we do it today, will appeal after 3 years to be prepared for the future. So innovation, how to innovate, how to really design thinking, how to understand and be AI literate and become a knowledgeable person, not only to utilize the service or the tool as is, but again, to smartly utilize the tool itself. So I do believe that the human resources as a function has a vital role to prepare the ground for the transformational, let's say, stages. Hence, this is when, go back in 5 years in MBK, we started with the, first of all, digital mindset. And we run that initiative across the bank, different level, beginners, just join the workforce, middle management, executive. In MBK, actually, we are well known that we have a long tenure of service. So imagine that people at my age or older, do they have the mindset? Do they have the, let's say, the willingness to allow people to come up with new ideas? So this is where we really run a full-scale preparation for the workforce. And currently we are working on the AI literacy as well.
Thank you so much for sharing. I might come back to you with some additional questions if that's okay on that. Maybe Dr. Lamis would love to hear your perspective on what the PIF has done and how you're seeing the employer perspective in building those skills.
Sure. So starting from the employer, as my colleagues mentioned, first, as Imad mentioned, in terms of understanding the business, PIF is the driving force for transformation, for the economic transformation in line with Vision 2030. We have a really unique mandate, and that's to create new sectors, unlock opportunities, as well as contribute to the global economy. How are we going to do that without our talent? So this is our role in order to achieve our mission. We need to empower our talented employees. We need to enable their learning growth. We need to create first a culture that cultivates learning, a culture that equips our employees with resources, with opportunities, for a continuous learning. Let me give an example so that it's not all theoretical. When we think about the business, when we think about the global perspective, when we think about asking the question of why, we have a program that we are very much proud of. We call it NUMO. For the non-Arabic speakers, it's growth. So NUMO has 4 aspects, one of which is the international perspective. We have signed over 20 agreements worldwide with different companies, including the ones under our 13 sectors where we have identified gaps and built programs to accelerate bridging those gaps by that learning. The other streams of NUMO echoes the same concept, but you learn by doing. And this is where we tap into our wider ecosystem. I'm looking at Alad. So we're looking at our wider ecosystem to ensure that we learn by doing and we bridge the gap and accelerate the learning. So first is the culture. Second is the programs that you design that echo the business, similar to what Imad mentioned. And PIF comes to send a clear message that talent is taken seriously when we have recently created the talent management section. So our sole task is to look after our talent, to identify, to nurture, and then develop. So we take it really seriously in terms of mimicking or in terms of understanding what we need, not only within PIF, but within all the sectors. And then how can we accelerate the learning? And this comes by doing. Not your normal in-house training, not your normal off-the-shelf training, but more or less about what we exactly need and how do we bridge the gap in that sense. The other and the third final thing that I would like to say, talent pipeline or talent development. It's really essential that you start building for the future. So in order, we don't have robots that build our talents.
Not yet.
Not yet. But we do have our own team, our own humans that are building the talent for the future, that are resilient, that are agile, that are ready for the future workforce. We have 3 main programs. The first one is Aspire. The second one is C-Suite Accelerator. And the third one is Trusted Advisor. The 3 programs, we work with thought leadership to understand how to ask the right question. And we have master classes on that for our leadership team. What to ask and how do you ask it, and are you asking the right question? The second one is that we work with the likes of INSEAD, as you mentioned, so the schools, the world international schools, executive education, to ensure that we're tapping into what we tailor for PIF specifically. So talent development and pipeline building for the future is really important.
Thank you, Dr. Lamy. So you're really applying the lifelong learning principle across the full career. We've heard from the employers on this table, but not yet from the education world. And we'd love to hear your perspective, Jeffrey, on this. How is it changing? How do you see the world changing from your lens?
Look, I think to keep pace in a world that's constantly changing, we need to stop operating in silos. And when I'm talking about silos, I'm talking about government institutions, education institutions between K-12, higher education, vocational training, working on a shared vision, kind of similar to what's being done here in Saudi with the Human Capability Initiative, right? And really kind of rethink of what are the skills that are needed for the future of work. So at Aleph Education, we go beyond the classroom to look at what are some of the things, the macro shifts that are happening, things around climate education, things around AI literacy, things around financial literacy, which need to be embedded into curriculum. So if you've got a vision in terms of building human capital and tied to a vision, say 2030, what does the future of work look like, and how do you infuse that into education? And you build that kind of national progression, right? Because I also feel that we need to rethink of the curriculum that is instilled in kids today. And that also starts with, educating also parents to kind of...
From the early years.
From the early years. It has to start. It has to start there. Because we see that, even me having a daughter graduating, going to university, they weren't really ready for the future of work. Simple things around financial literacy were not taught in school. So I think this is where I think key policymakers, education institutions, ministries have to come together to create that ecosystem and align on a shared vision to really align with where the future is heading.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I love your point because we've seen that the first perception of career starts at the age of 3 or 4. Mm-hmm. So it's actually very early that we need to start working on that. Maybe one question is whether you see differences between the GCC region and the rest of the world when it comes to the current upskilling, reskilling, transformations we're seeing, given that your coverage is quite global.
Yeah, look, I think the GCC has been quite progressive, a lot of very bold vision, embracing AI, where I think other markets are still trying to figure out how to embrace it. Maybe there's been some resistance to it. I think here it's very much looking at talent making as opposed to talent taking from an organization. How do you upskill? How do you think of the future of work and continue to build that? And I think that was echoed in all of my panelists talking about how they're rethinking that. So I think the GCC is kind of at the forefront leading in terms of kind of their vision around how to harness these technologies for the better of mankind, the better of humankind, and the better of society. So.
No, I totally agree with that. We did global research in 60 countries on the kind of readiness for learning, and the GCC was amongst the top ranking countries. There's a lot of fear associated with future of work in the headlines that you see globally, but here people are excited to learn and they're not worried about not being able to keep up.
Just
please
build on one thing. In education, lots of people think that, unlike the gentleman talked about robots, that basically they're going to be teachers' jobs are going to be replaced by robots. And we always look at how technology can embrace and make a teacher more efficient. And they take away some of the mundane tasks that they do, as opposed to replacing them. But I think generative AI, in terms of chatbots and the way that students can interact, has some really transformational capabilities. But yeah, the future is still kind of to be seen.
There's still
it's really exciting. There's
human.
a lot of work to do.
Okay.
There's still human intervention that is essential in the
Thank
learning
you for
process.
confirming that as well. Maybe before we move to the last topic, Ziad, Ahmad, I wanted to come back to you to understand if mindset shift has been a challenge within your organization, or if you feel that people have picked up the change quite easily.
Yeah.
I don't know if Ahmad, maybe.
Actually, in GCC now we should utilize the momentum. We have to have a revolutionary, let's say, movement in the educational system. We need to change a lot of our curriculum that really reflects the market needs now. We should go beyond the current classical curriculum that we have. So the shift in mind should be started at early stages, not in the professional life. Hence, this is why MBK, we start to integrate and engage with the schools and the university in order to just put that seed and make them prepared for the real life when they come up to the professional environment. And we've tried to create a program that bridges the gap between the academia and the practical world. We call it MBK Academy.
To have a better transition.
Yes,
yeah.
Because people, they are smart enough, but when they come to the professional life, they burned out because they don't have the tools to utilize what they have learned in the schools or university in the practical world. Moreover, actually, I would like and rally the empowerment of women from early stages. In MBK, we have launched a program called RISE, and this is a program really targeting the women in order to prepare them for the leadership roles. Now, the participation of women definitely will lead to better decision making, better environment, and more actually outcomes.
Thank you for sharing. Ziad, any thoughts maybe on the generational effect, any mindset difficulties or?
And the way I look at it, we have an advantage to the rest of the world. The advantage we have is the demographics of the population in the GCC is very young. And as a result of that, they are more digital and they pick it up. I remember when I bought my first PC computer a long time ago, back in the early 70s, I actually started to read the instruction manual. Today, you think our kids read instruction manuals? No. They buy it, they use it. As far as they're concerned, it's a tool. It's a means to an end. My generation, the more elderly generation, we're used to things being structured. We like stability. The young generation, no. they get bored very quickly.
Yes.
And we need to make use of that. When you're setting up a company, you're setting up a department, you need to have the wisdom of the mature as well as the questioning of the youth. That's the best way to do it.
Combination, yes.
Okay? It's not a matter of one is better than the other, it's a matter of how do we work together.
If I can add.
Of course.
So in PIF, we have that, I would like to add and compliment on what Imad says in terms of the academy. We have our PIF Academy where we have the graduate development program. Over 600 employees now are up and running in our buildings where they have been working to bridge the gap between the wisdom as well as the asking of why. So we bridge that gap throughout a 10-month program. As well as, I think it all starts from the leadership. So our leaders have created this an all-inclusive culture. We have 33% of females making up PIF workforce, and this is really considered a big percentage, let alone that they are sitting in the leadership and executive positions. So I think that's definitely something that we are proudly working on, and we have achieved a very forward-looking and great achievements and results.
Thank you for sharing. It's good to hear of the diversity focus also across organizations. I think just to pick up on what you mentioned, Ziad, we are seeing that this flexibility of the youth is also driving a lot of jumping between jobs versus what we had in the past. So it brings interesting dynamics also at play. Maybe to end our panel and open up a couple of minutes for questions in case anyone else wants to ask something. We had one question to end for everyone, which is, in one sentence, what would be either a policy shift, a mindset shift, a critical ingredient, or a business practice that you think we should embrace, all of us, to be able to not only survive and thrive in this new world, but also shape it, actively shape it. What are your thoughts on that? And maybe, Ahmed, I'll start with you.
I think we should be agile, adaptable, and always think of uncertainty. This is the advice.
So thrive in uncertainty.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Lamiz?
I think always think about the environment where you are attracting talent. We attract talent from all around the world. So you need to have a meaningful work. You need to have that purpose.
Purpose-led, yeah.
Purpose, and then you need to have that growth opportunities and a trusted environment for those talent to grow in.
Thank you so much. Ziad, any final words?
Basically, you need to ask the question, it has to be a mindset change, and it has to be asking the questions, why? Why are we doing this? Why was it that we didn't enter the virtual world until there was a disease called COVID? The whole world works virtually now. It's acceptable. When we go to meeting, you end the meeting at 10 o'clock, you start another meeting at 10:01. We become very efficient. All of a sudden, words like Teams, I never knew, but it existed. Why did we have to wait for COVID to come through the door before we changed? We need to say, no, let's change. Let's accept change moving forward.
Thank you, Ziad. Jeffrey, any final words?
Yeah, I think we have to, replace the mindset of, train once, work forever, with being agile and learning always, because I think that agility is really the currency, the future currency of success. So I echo what all of my colleagues are saying, that agility and that grit to always learn, because it is a completely different shift in the world we're living in today.
Thank you so much. I'll open it up for a couple of questions in case anyone has questions, but I just want to thank our panelists also for their incredible contributions. And it ends on a positive note. I think we end to say that the future is more human, not more machines. Yes, there will be more machines, but there'll still be more humanity as well, more adaptable. And it's not just about thriving in uncertainty, but actually shaping that future together and always questioning how we can reimagine it rather than taking it as the status quo. So thank you so much for your contributions. Any questions? I see one in the back.
Hi guys, very engaging discussion. It's Mohammed from Alat. I work with Ziad, our chief. A question for the panel. How do you see the balance between automation and human talent? Because this is a discussion that's happening all over the world. Should people be fearing for their jobs? Should they be upskilling? And do you see there being an equilibrium in a few years between what we can automate and what we need human talent and human minds to work on?
Would you like to take it, Ahmed?
I think it's unfair to ask, is there be, or there will be a balance between robotics or automation? The answer would be definitely that there should be no fear that automation or AI will replace human. Actually, it will give more value for the service chain, and it will allow people to upskill their capability and try to do something more complex, more efficient with value. Now, what's the future of that? I don't think that the AI or any automation will surpass the human capability. This is my answer.
Any other thoughts on the panel? Maybe I see you smiling, Ziad, and Jeff, do you want to go next, Jeffrey, and then we'll go to Ziad?
Look, I think it depends on the industry. I mean, there's a common misconception that AI is going to replace all of our jobs. If you look at the Future of Jobs report, it's probably going to create more jobs than it eliminates. It's how do you reskill and use that human-centered into machines with humans. I can say in education, would you want your child learning from a robot in class, especially at a young age? K to 4? Probably not, right? So in education, a teacher and that context of school is still very important. Maybe in higher education, that can be. You see a lot of online degrees now where people don't have to go to physical schools. So I think it really depends, and I think we're at the surface, but I think what we have to be thinking about is what does that future look like? As companies, as leaders, as people in society, how do we prepare people for that disruption where jobs are going to be lost, where we're going to get a little more automated and streamlined and more efficient? And then how do we reskill people to work with machines through that and build that equilibrium?
Thank you, Jeffrey. Any final thoughts maybe from Dr. Amis or Ziad on this topic?
I would this is a tool that every one of us is relying on more and more every single day. When I travel, when I want to transfer money, anything I want to do is being done by this little device. We need to learn how to make use of the strength of technology. It's not a matter of it being smarter than me or not. It's a matter of how do I utilize this device to do my job better. If I'm going to lose anything, I can lose my wallet. By the way, I'm from the Eastern Province, and I come from Dammam to Riyadh every week. I forgot my wallet in Dammam because of my wisdom. I got on the airplane. I couldn't believe it. I was able to do everything on this phone. Everything. Pay, prove my identity, get the boarding, everything. I don't need a wallet. I don't need money. I need to learn how to make use and take advantage of this. That's what we need to do. We need to collaborate. We need to work together. We need to be a team. We need to look for opportunities. There's always a good and a bad. We need to look at the good, and we need to find ways to take advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your time. Any final words, Dr. Amis, before
I
we
think
close?
I want to use this as a reminder of what I said earlier. Invest in humans. We have a slogan that says of our annual talent event, invest in talent, thrive together. So always remember the humans that will teach you how to use the devices, how to build the sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our panelists. Please join me in thanking them. And thank you all for joining us as well. And thank you for giving us a lot to think about today. Thank you so much. Shukran.
Better come prepared. All right. I think we can get started. Yeah? All right. Okay. All right. We shall get started. Fantastic. Good morning, good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for taking the time to see us discuss the outlook on how business schools can keep up with industry demand. That's going to be the working title of our session today, and we are starting. It's going to fill up. It's quite lively in the conference in general, so but I suggest we're not waiting for everyone, and we take advantage of the time that we have. It's going to be a pretty long session, so brace up for a deep discussion. We're here for 1 hour that we have for each other. And we are going to be discussing a very peculiar situation that, there you go, it's a very peculiar situation that a lot of business schools, a lot of universities as well, are finding themselves in, which is technology is changing. Well, changing is to put it mildly. Market demands are changing. Traditional MBA programs are under pressure. There's a lot of numbers that are really worrying, and it has been around for quite a while already. It's a reality for a lot of business schools. And then it's calling for a lot of the business schools and universities as well to maybe review their strategic positioning in general, their offering in general, what it is that we're bringing into the market, just to make sure that we are keeping up with the requirements of the industry and with the requirements of the candidates that are, of course, following the very often very obscure signals from the industry of that's what's going to be great and what's going to be less great. And that's the reality for a lot of us. And of course, now here comes AI with such a promise to everyone that it will transform learning experience, that it will transform everyday interaction and scheduling and processes and everything, but also will transform research and also will transform the community building, and it will probably transform everything. And whether it will or it will not, and what our esteemed panelists think about it, it's one of the things that we are about to discover. It's also, and let me jump ahead of the train here as always, it's also true that as powerful as AI might seem from where we are today, it's definitely not the only card on the table and not the only game that we are playing as well. My name is Anton Stepanenko. I'm a partner and associate director in BCG. I'm responsible for our global skilling business, and I am very humbled, and I'm very humanly possible. I experience a human enjoyment, if I may put it this way, to present you the esteemed panelists today. So in no necessarily any particular order, please welcome Dr. Beth Ehrling. She's leading leadership development, and she's Duke's regional manager for the Middle East. Please welcome Helen Kirknezes. She's an associate dean, executive education for London Business School. London Business School is also my alma mater, but no favors here, Helen. Very sorry. Please welcome Professor Francesco Mancini, a vice dean and associate professor in practice for Lee Kuan Yew. It's a public school, or a school of public policy. There's a lot of business schools here, but Francesco, there's a little bit of pressure on you as you're representing also the public policy segment. So very keen to hear from you today. Please welcome Kamran Razmdost, Dean of ACP Business School, London campus. And also, last but not least, please welcome Dr. Mubarak, KSU, Dean responsible for quality, compliance, and also development of the university. All right, so with that, oh my God, I'm so very sorry. Please welcome Mr. Mark Badia. Mark Badia is the Deputy Dean of IAC Business School. So we have business schools, we have university, and we have also School of Public Policy. If you don't mind, please, a round of applause for our panelists. Fantastic. Before we go into asking questions, please allow me 5 minutes. As you know, always consultants, they come with slides. We don't feel comfortable without slides, so I will be projecting just a few of them, just to set us off in the discussion that we're having. I have a clicker, hope it works. And although we have some time, I intend to be really brief and to make sure that we have as much time possible for the discussion. What I want to say is very simply the following. AI is really transforming the higher education as it stands now. It used to be a slogan last year. Now this year, I think it's clear for us that it really does. There's a lot of scaling happening in a lot of places, and also all of us, we have our own experience now with AI. That was not necessarily the case even last year, so it's quite a new thing. AI is prominent in research. AI is prominent in transforming academic experience. AI is super prominent in career advancement and career path development application as well. And definitely, as in any other business, in education, AI is super instrumental in transforming processes, productivity, and making things go smoother in general. That's very clear. There's so many examples now. But this year is especially interesting, as last year we were only experimenting with it. Now we're both experimenting, but also trying to invest in AI long term to make sure that we can use it at scale. Let's say how much experimenting is going to be left for the next year, but I think it's still going to be left a little bit, that's for sure, because it's definitely maturing. And the one idea I wanted to bring is that education is a special industry for the AI, because it's not only processes that AI is helping with, or automation in general is helping with, but it's also the sacred thing of the learning experience. And the question is, and well, one of the things we're going to be discussing, is there really a potential of AI to really be helping with the knowledge transfer? Can AI be a member of faculty? Can AI, well, right, you know that there was like a first time in the world, an AI student was enrolled, like officially enrolled in a business school. That's quite a piece of news. And the theory behind it is, and it's one of the pieces of theory that I felt was interesting, was the Bloom's double sigma problem. Is basically AI potentially delivering tutoring experience at scale. And the question is, if it can really do the tutoring at scale, then probably yes, it can be amazing for our students, it can be amazing for the faculty as well. And then how can this be done? This can be done by creating multiple pieces of content that would be tailored to different people, because an algorithm would know preferences of each particular person and can create deep dives quicker than a member of faculty, even a very experienced one, could probably do it. Is it a reality or is it a dream? Let's see. This is something for us to discuss. But in theory, it's supposed to be able to do that. A lot of schools are playing with the tool, of course, and apart from research, apart from productivity, apart from learning, a couple of other interesting applications that are coming up that are a bit less intuitive for technology to help with. And one of them is community building. And community building is something very dear to the hearts of any business schools and any particular global school, and also to the heart of the public policy school as well, as we all understand that we are not only investing in the student when the student is on campus, we really want this lifelong learning thing to be happening from the business perspective, but also from so many other points of view. So apparently AI can also be helpful with that. If it is, or if it's not doing this, is one of the questions that will be amazing to discuss today. And then finally, from the, let's say, BCG experience of helping schools and universities with AI and with automation, with technology in general previously, one observation we are making, and I'm very keen myself personally to see how much it resonates with you, dear panelists, yes or no, is that in reality, a lot of schools and a lot of universities are finding themselves utterly unprepared to be scaling the AI. Experimenting with it is one thing, but really making sure that the faculty is using it at scale, really making sure that the processes are transformed and start to run faster because we're starting to use it. It's another thing entirely because it does require a different approach, different operating model, different team with people who know what they're doing. And then the business schools and the schools of public policies and also the universities are finding themselves now on the journey of building this operating model so that this technology talk stops being just a conversation and starts being really intertwined with what faculty is doing, with admin support is carried out, and also, of course, how the student is experiencing the school as well. And we are all in a very, very different stages of maturity here on stage, and I think that's a wonderful question for us to explore as well. As promised, that's just a quick kickoff for us. And with this, let me immediately turn to Dr. Beth with our first question. Dr. Beth, I know that Duke has been experimenting for quite some time and quite extensively with AI. And I want you to please talk to us on a couple of points. Number one, from your experience generally, what are the more promising use cases for using AI in business school? And if you can share, what do you think would be the strategic bets of Duke in this AI game going forward? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Anton. And it's a real pleasure to be here. And thank you so much for the invitation. Great to be here with some of my peers and really to speak on this very important topic. And what has struck me most about looking at AI and use cases now is 2 or 3 years ago, I don't think we would even be having this conversation. AI was still a theoretical impact and theoretical tool for many business schools. But to say that the disruptive potential of AI has now really struck home in particularly the business school context, it is really an understatement. And as our provost puts it, we really see that AI has, of course, risks and challenges, but we've tried to start to turn the dial towards the opportunities. And I think many educational institutions are in that slightly sticky middle zone of trying to work their way through the disruption. So yes, at Duke CE, part of our historic USP has been around experimentation and particularly non-traditional forms of learning. So we really embraced the thinking around what AI can do for us. And just to speak about 3 or 4 items within our strategy that we're pursuing and the use cases we're trying, I think first is just an investment in the capabilities and skills. And I think, Anton, you're exactly right. Everyone's grappling with what is the new capability they need to build to be able to deliver through AI in new and different ways. So we have started to think about really how can AI transform our learner experience, first and foremost. And we've started experimenting with a few things. First is digital, but beyond digital personalization. So really looking at the data-led challenge of AI and how we can incorporate that to create learning experiences that are ever more tailored. And I think that that is so important. We are living in an age where classroom learning doesn't work for at least 20% of learners due to things like neurodiversity and different types of learning styles. So AI really offers some hope and promise for personalization of learning and learning styles, and really looking at how, from a data-led perspective, we can tailor content and experience. And we're fascinated by that. I think we're having more success with some of those models than perhaps some of the hypotheses would have lent themselves to. So there was a lot of hypotheses going into these experiments around whether people would be put off by using a new technology, and we're finding exactly the opposite, particularly with our digital native learner populations. So personalization, I think there's a huge play to be made there around how we use a data-led and AI-informed model to personalize more. The second thing is just our learning content and thinking about how we teach AI. It is our most demanded topic right now, and much of our programming globally is focused on AI. And I think developing AI literacy is something that we have reflected on as an institution as well. Some of the early hype and discussion around AI was largely focused on risk, And I think we're very cognizant of that and have an ethical lens in our teaching, but also on opportunity. And how can AI combat bias? How can AI, as you've mentioned, Anton, help us to solve some of the big problems of the world that we face today? And how can we think about ourselves as AI-augmented humans and learners, which is what we believe we're training for in the future? Then finally, I think it would be remiss to forget that we spent a lot of the last decade thinking about how the type of learning that we provide as an exec ed provider can really bridge the gap and bridge the digital divide, democratize learning, bring learning to wider and more scaled populations, to your scaling point. And we believe AI has a huge promise to offer there. So we're looking at how we empower younger leaders through AI and how we really extend our offer into markets and locations and learner populations that prior to this wouldn't have been possible. So how can AI enhance digital to provide for more learners more globally? So those are just a few areas that we're starting to experiment in. I think our first findings are more positive, I think, than we perhaps thought they would be when we started some of these experiments. Again, there are areas like assessment where I know some of my colleagues earlier were speaking that are hugely disrupted by AI, but how can we also think about AI and flip the lens to the positive application that is possible? So a few thoughts to begin with, and really look forward to hearing from my peers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Beth. Would you go as far as to having digital faculty?
I'm sorry, can you say
Would you go as far as to having a digital AI-enabled faculty?
Yes.
Or
So this is a slightly funny story, but necessity is the mother of invention, as they say. And this year we had been toying with the idea. We've been delivering conferences and various kind of taught work for some time with holographic educators, and we even had a robot deliver one of our plenaries recently. So we've really been experimenting with that idea of teaching. We had an educator who had a health issue and couldn't teach a course that we had him positioned for. And he actually said, I want you to just create a digital twin of me. Can we not just clone me for the purposes of the course? So we have actually done that and started to experiment with what does that look like when teaching can be actually codified and the delivery of content and learning can be used through AI and through digital twins and various things like that. So that's a little bit on the further edge. It raises lots of controversy among faculty, but I think that it's a very interesting conundrum for us to ponder of how can that type of technology hugely increase the scale and impact of education. And as an educationalist, I think we really all do care about that.
Thank you very much. And I love how you also mentioned and actually focused on risk and the ethical and responsible use of AI. It's, I think, one of the topics we should be picking up on. So that's great. Thank you very much for starting us off. Dr. Mubarak, I'd like to turn to you with the question that is a little bit similar in some sense, but I'm sure you have an absolutely different response to that. As being one of the leaders of the KSU, which is the largest institution, I think, in the region and elsewhere with 67,000 students, what is your experience in scaling the AI so far, and what are your plans going forward, Doctor?
Hey, well, first of all, thank you very much, Anton, for the introduction. And let me take this chance to, first of all, welcome my peers to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and welcome you, Anton. I know you're a semi-local person, so you know the area very well. So thank you very much for coming, and we're happy that, you know, we share the same probably concerns as much as we share the same probably hopes. I mean, like, before I start, I would like to see my digital
twin.
Twin one day, so hopefully, and I mean, like, next year when we visit or when we meet,
the panel.
I will bring my digital twin with me here, and so hopefully he can deliver on my behalf, and, you know, I don't have to be here just to talk about this. But anyway.
Please be here with us, Dr. Mubarak.
Sure.
Yeah, we beg you. Thank you.
Sure. But it's a nice idea, to be honest with you. I mean,
It
like,
is.
something to think about. Well, King Saud University, as some of you may know, is the biggest Saudi university in terms of size and students population. We're talking about 75,000 some students And we're talking about a history of 65 or so years of higher education in the kingdom. Of course, the biggest university in the region means that it's also looked at as the example. Whatever you do is sometimes taken, as an example if it's good, and sometimes if it's something that you probably didn't do well, then it's also against. I mean, like you're in the spotlight, if you know what I'm talking about. But anyway, there are three things. I will just say 3 points that we think about AI when we think about it in the context of King Saud University. King Saud University is moving from a governmental institution under the Ministry of Education to be a non-profit, semi-independent institution under the Royal Commission of Riyadh area. And we think of AI, to be honest with you, as a potential area of investment for us at King Saud University. Why do we do this? Because we know of our, we know that we need to invest a lot in improving our academic curriculum. We know that we don't have probably the capabilities of improving some of our faculties in some of the areas, among which is the business school, to be honest with you. We have a business school, we have a Master of Business Administration program, we have a Master of Policy, or a Master of Public Administration, and yet we think we don't have enough faculty, to be honest with you, in some of the areas that we are teaching in. And so we think of, for example, of AI as a potential investment to help us with some of these things. So first of all, we think of AI positively. We're not afraid of it. Yes, we are concerned, just like any other institution, but we think that we can benefit from it more than we can, be harmed by it. So this is something that we really believe among the higher administration of the university. Second of all, we've already started some steps into implementing AI. We already established what we call it the Artificial Intelligence Unit in the university, where we try to help the programs and to help the colleges implement AI on different levels. If it's the course level, then we need to augment some of the courses with some of the AI stuff. If it's training for our faculty members to make them ready for AI implementation in the future, if it's our students, putting them on the front line and push them to make use of this AI thing. Another thing that we think of AI is that we needed to collaborate with other people, and we are now extending our hands to different universities, different companies, different AI providers worldwide. And we try to experiment with these things and think where is it that we can invest and how much can we invest in this. And timelines is very critical. People's beliefs is very critical, but still we are thinking of this area. So this is the second point that I wanted to highlight. Number 3 that I wanted to highlight, especially when it comes to AI, is that AI, technology is changing so quickly. And if we are talking about AI today and generative AI, then we don't know what's coming tomorrow or what's coming after tomorrow. So the third point that we have in King Saud University is that we try our best to build these sort of predictions, or it's a prediction more of than, to be honest with you, a true fact of where is it that we can invest in, and where is it that we can have our own, if I may say, idea of King Saud University. We don't need to copy any other person. We don't need to copy any other institution. We need to be an individualized institution in implementing AI in this. So these are probably the most 3 important points that I can see from King Saud University's perspective. And I am sure we share lots of these hopes, and I am sure that we share also some of these concerns, and we'll learn from each other on that front.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Mubarak. I also love to note how you are mentioning the people's beliefs. And you didn't say skills, you didn't say mindset or attitudes, you said beliefs. And I think that's really, really, really deep, as it's people that's going to be using or not using the AI as much, and of course it's a function of their belief as well as many other things. So thank you very much. It's very, very interesting. Francesco, I'd like to turn to you with a series of questions, actually. Starting with something that is, I'm sure, people have thought about a lot and they really need an answer to, which is what are we going to teach our students in the era of AI, and how are we going to do it?
Thank you, Anton, and thank you for the invitation. A pleasure to be here. So as Anton mentioned, I am a Vice Dean in a School of Public Policy. So there is a slightly different angle compared to a business school. And it's primarily because of our target audience. Most of the people come to our school are interested in government and in the so-called public good, so in producing goods that are for the public. So based on my experience, I would say that there are three baskets, right, of things that people want to learn and that we are teaching. And I think to the AI, we need to add two additional I's, which is the CI and the EI. I'm explaining. AI, yes, of course, everybody wants to understand artificial intelligence. From the perspective of public school, people need to understand how to interact with the machine. So I'm talking about prompt engineering. How do we ask the right questions so that machine is able to help me in that particular function that I'm doing? So that's AI for us. But I also want to claim that there are two other major baskets. One is what I call CI, which is the cognitive intelligence. Here, funny enough, everything starts with C. It's the critical thinking, right? It's the contextual intelligence, the capacity to understand knowledge and then apply that knowledge in a specific context, right? So that translation that has to be done. So the set of skills, particularly in a world that is highly volatile, very globalized, the capacity of moving knowledge from one context to the other, extremely important. And finally, the EI, which is the emotional intelligence. Here I put all the more kind of human skills that as of today, the machine is not so good in replicating. It's cross-cultural communication or leadership skills, is engaging with citizens, for example, right? Is what we call co-production of policies, right? How you do on the ground, understanding the needs and so on and so forth. So these three big baskets are, I would say, summarizing, right, the areas where the teaching is going today. How do you do that? Here, yes, of course, we start to use AI in the classroom. Fundamentally, what I was saying before, prompting engineering, so teaching how to engage the machine in a way that is reason with the task that we have to accomplish. But I would say also methodologies of teaching that are anchored in the real world. So, for example, scenarios, teaching based on scenarios. So our participants come with a particular problem, and then we work with them to develop particular solutions based on that particular scenarios. Lab approaches, so laboratory approaches, where again, participant comes with particular tasks or particular issues, and we work together in a more kind of workshop kind of style, using techniques like behavioral insight, design thinking, in which, by the way, you can plug in AI to augment some of these functions. And then experiment, right, in a safe place. You are in a school, so you can kind of go a bit out of, the normal kind of decision-making processes that you might have maybe in your government office. And finally, I would say gamification. Here, I would plug in also virtual reality, although I would say that virtual reality, at least in our field, is still, it's fancy and exciting, but it doesn't add a phenomenal value to the actual learning. I'm talking about where I'm sitting now. I guess you are probably a brain surgeon, it's a different story. But the kind of things we do, I think virtual reality is still not there. But certainly gamification, right? This capacity of engaging in a more immediate way, right? That translation. And again, AI can do a lot on that front. But you will notice that what I'm saying is actually a learning that is very much practice-based, right? So people, I noticed in the last few years, is less interested in theories, is more interested in how do I take that theory, translate it into practice. I go back to my office tomorrow, I can kind of implement that tool. So that kind of is what has been happening in the past few years, and AI is simply accelerating all this. It's not really changing that dynamic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I love how you just killed quite a bit of edtech startups in VR and gamification and so on. Sorry, guys, not so much value, but I actually do honestly agree with you. It is valuable, but just not as much as one would think. There's another thing of value, and this has been a mantra for so many years, is a personalized education, right? We've been discussing it countless times, and AI seems to be in position to actually make a dent in this topic. Do you believe in this?
Yeah.
Yes or no? And if yes, do you think what would be the main challenges of really seeing that emerging?
Yeah, no, I think you spot a very important strength of AI, which is basically because AI's capacity to fish, from a lot of information and then synthesize that information super fast, is actually able to identify our learning gaps. So the challenge is we don't know what we don't know, right? So it's very hard for me to say, oh, in 5 years I need to know that, right? I'm not really sure. So potentially I can actually plug into my curriculum, my experience, my task, my responsibility, be able to kind of articulate that learning journey for me, and then identify what I can learn and where I can go, right? So, and that's, by the way, there are already a lot of learning platforms out there that are using AI-enhanced bot, where you can have conversation and they can steer your decision-making in different directions, right? So you have a gap here, you need to study that. What are the challenges? Well, obviously, to have a very objective system out there that is able to tell you, oh, I should go to Oxford University, or I should go to, come to Saudi Arabia you need a system that is fully integrated, and I think that's very hard to do. It's a bit the limitation that we have today with the metaverse, where you actually need a lot of stakeholders to collaborate with each other, and where actually they're not. And so, my school can develop a system in which we can tell what to study. Most likely we will tell to come to our school rather than go somewhere else, right? So I see some challenges there in kind of actually being able to have a system that really opens up to different opportunity. Here I might see a challenge for universities, and I would like to hear from my colleague what they think. Universities tend to be a little more conservative when it comes to embracing change. Universities are knowledge-based institutions which like to make decisions on solid knowledge. They don't leap into the dark. So they might be a bit slower in adapting to these kind of new technologies, again, because we have our patterns. So maybe private schools or more business-oriented schools might have an edge there because they're very demand-driven. They need to satisfy an audience. Universities tend to be a little more supply-driven, like we know what you don't know, and so that's the path, right? So that can be a bit of an obstacle, if you want, to embrace and change in a faster way.
Do you think, thank you for this, and it is, well, we heard it before, that larger universities are seen as an encumbrance in the way of, let's say, leapfrogging and advancement and new tech adoption, all that. But do you think there's also an advantage of being, under a huge university? Yeah. What does it do to you?
Absolutely. I mean, there's a huge advantages in numbers. First of all, one great advantage of big university is multidisciplinarity.
Of course.
So today, the fact that I can, pick up my phone and get to the School of Computing and plug in someone from design school and do a course altogether, that's a huge, huge advantage, right? I would also claim that university can build an ecosystem of learning that is actually quite enhancing. And here, and then I'm done, I have a mini literature of people who have been writing, expert, at the edge of the end of COVID pandemic, saying that the campus was over, saying that university are sitting on huge real estate, and now nobody wants to come back. Because why would I come to you if I can take a course at home? Which is true. Today, any one of you can take a course on MIT from your couch. Reality? Nobody does that. Everybody wanted to come back to campuses. So my point is, well, at the end of the day, human beings, we can objectively manage our entire life from our couch nowadays.
Yes.
But the reality is we don't really do it. Let's say the vast majority of us don't do it. And so I would claim there is still a huge advantage on space, right? On the physical space. It becomes a learning space, right? Which is augmented by all the technologies, which is great and fantastic, but there where university might have a sort of a brand edge, right, on other institutions.
Yeah. There's Ben Nelson from Minerva University here somewhere. Would love to have him, like also speak about that. But me personally, I'm very happy to see that I think we're all believing in that laying on a couch and having digital students and digital faculty and everything, we're just managing from a couch. It's not happening to us. We will need our learning spaces. We will need our communities. We will need human-to-human interaction. That's very soothing to understand. Thank you. Thank you, Francesco, for this. Helen. As my favorite school, obviously, I'll give you my favorite question. And the favorite question is, there is a point of view that's not necessarily a consensus, but it's a relatively widespread point of view, is that AI will be as widespread as internet in a few coming years. Let's say it's just like becoming a norm for everyone. What do you think that does to business schools and to executive education? Does it even everyone out? Maybe not at the moment, but in a few years going forward, everyone starts to use AI and it becomes just yet another tool that everyone's using, or AI can become a source of strategic advantage for a business school. What is the LBS point of view on that?
Thank you, Anton. Thank you. And thank you for the invitation to be here with this very esteemed group. So London Business School is a global business school based in London. We're delighted to have announced that we are going to be opening an office in Riyadh after many years of wonderful collaboration in the kingdom with many partners. So on the topic of AI, I think one of the things we perhaps should do is take a step back. We've been living in a digital phase for many years with different eras. Many of us will not remember the mainframe era, but it was there, which moved to the PC era, which then moved to the networked era, the cloud computing era, and now we are in the AI era. And from what I hear from my colleagues around in this group, that is very much the case. So I think AI is here to stay. And I think we are either at London Business School, we're very much in what we call the exploration mode, experimenting, creating the right context actually in space, the right tools, and the right guidelines to be able to give our people the ability to experiment. With respect to competitive advantage, our thinking is that what makes a business school truly unique is the depth and breadth of its talent. It is the people that it attracts, and if I unpack that, I mean the faculty that come that are there, that do research, that then are able to translate that into actionable insights that are relevant and practical, and the students and staff who are curious, who are ambitious, and who are driven to address challenges and reap opportunities. We believe that actually, if we think about AI as a long-term competitive advantage, and perhaps this is a bit provocative, we challenge that. Thinking about that is perhaps like thinking about one business school being better than another because they have nicer pens or because they have fancier lecture theatres. In the long term, we believe that AI will be something that everybody will be using, perhaps slightly differently, but generally a resource that will enhance learning experiences, of course enhance the way we are able to help people develop skills and capabilities, but I want to emphasize one thing here, also change behavior. And behaviors don't just change when you are interacting with a digital form. They change when you interact with people. So our belief is that it is the magic, in short, is not in the tools, it's in the people. And what we need to do is create the right environments so that the people can leverage those tools as best as possible, manage and be aware of the risks as well, to create an even more enhanced ability to support one another in learning and developing in the world.
Thank you, Helen. That's a brilliant answer. Before joining LBS and pivoting my career to become a consultant, I used to be an attorney. And in a magic circle, the UK law firms, they were pretty much all the same little bit. The standing joke was that the best would have the best cookies for the clients. Because like, how else do you differentiate? So that just rang the bell a little bit. But no, that's great. Thank you for this. Although all of the schools here, and LBS included, I will probably strengthen it and say I think we depend to an extent on our collaborations with the industry. That's all our students expect of us. That's what industry also expects of us. And LBS is particularly known to do this, and has a history of doing that as well. I have experienced it also myself on campus. How do you think, Helen, AI is changing the dynamics of working together with the future employers of your students, basically?
Yeah, I think it's a very important question, and it's one that has really helped us to accelerate the establishment of a data science and AI initiative, I think similar to King Saud University, where our aim is actually to bring together policymakers, academia, and business to discuss three key matters. One is research and understanding how organizations are actually taking AI both and applying it horizontally and vertically, while also research on how AI may be impacting business models, ecosystems, industry structures, and sometimes national competitive advantage. The second is to foster collaboration and knowledge exchange in a world where we need to work together to understand that better. And the third is through the collaboration of academia and businesses to create more transformative business education. So what we see is that AI is being, again, experimentally applied in corporations. We are exploring and experimenting at London Business School, and through this initiative, we're trying to convene that conversation to better understand what are those solutions that actually are valuable and can be shared and shared with others and have an impact, and what are the things that we need to be mindful of.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Helen, for this perspective. Mark, I'd like to turn to you with the crucial question that we absolutely, well, how else? That we discussed a little bit. I loved the conversation we had to prepare the session. So far, we have been mostly with everyone here discussing the application of AI. Is there an application, yes or no? Which types of application? Do we use it in research? Do we use it in collaboration? All of this. With you, let's focus maybe on another thing, on how we make it work. Can you talk to us a little bit on, as a business school, in the era of AI, what you should start doing that you have not done before, what you should probably stop doing, and what you should be changing in the ways that you are doing right now?
Okay, well, thank you, Anton. You're still in time to do an executive program at the SA Business School at ISE. So
all right, I can see
after your great experience at LBS, you know. Yeah.
Let's take it offline then.
Yeah.
King Saud University will send him an invitation.
Thank you. Very good.
Excellent. So no, I was thinking, preparing this, that so since the launch of ChatGPT, when Gen AI became, you know, publicly known and available for everyone, we've had this first phase of considering AI as a tool, right, that helps us to augment our productivity, and we've been experimenting with it. But it seems to me, and by reading other authors, right, that now we're entering this age in which we're going to talk about the agents, which do autonomous work, basically. And so it's like one more step where we are considering these agents like a work colleague, basically. So someone else that you have, another work colleague that you have at work, right? And I think it was, I heard this statement by Mark Benioff, the CEO of Salesforce in Davos, I think it was this past year, and he was mentioning that this is the last generation of CEOs that are only managing fully human workforces, right? From now on, it will be a combination of human workers, of course, and digital workers. Look, I don't know, you can think about anything about this. He's selling also his product, you know, he has this new sales agent, whatever it is, but it's true that, to your question, right? I mean, what is it, we as business schools are training all this management of the future, right? And they will have to deal with this, and they will have to integrate seamlessly all this technology, these agents, you know, that obviously you won't be able to hang out with them after work, but obviously they will have a function there, and you have to really understand the impact of all these changes, right? Essential to start doing, to start with the first part of your session. Obviously, and we've been talking about this, right? We have to create or develop these leaders that are AI fluent in the same way that, you know, we say, no, I speak English, but I mean, are you fluent for business? I mean, are you, so the same happens with technology. Are you able to map technology into problem solving and the other way around? You don't have to solve the problem yourself. You're not a technologist, right? You're not the expert, but obviously you have to know what is available, and you have to be aware of the applications and understanding, especially in a holistic way, how this is going to affect the rest of the organization. I mean, that's what management have to do, right? So this AI fluency, and you don't get this just with some courses that you need, obviously, as prompt engineering, you were mentioning before, of course you need that, and what are the right questions to ask, but also integrating these tools in every single course. I teach financial accounting, for example, and you know, so yes, financial accounting is probably not the most exciting course sometimes, but in one of the sessions, obviously, they have to go to Hugging Face, look at all the machine learning models that you have there, open source models, and choose different models to solve a specific problems and see which one worked, which one don't, right? Some of these models have been trained with financial data specifically, and so these kind of things, obviously I have to provide a lot of the programming before, because otherwise I don't expect people to program in Python necessarily, okay? So I'm not saying that, but you need this kind of fluency, being familiar with all these things. The second thing that everyone has been mentioning, also in other panels, is experimenting, of course. At the end of the day, we don't know the frontier, let's say, of the capabilities of AI. Not even the people who have created the AI and the LLMs know exactly why it's doing certain things or not. It's a probabilistic model. And so we have to see what is the margin of error that you're willing to live with, and how, for different applications, whether this works or not. I mean, that's a matter of experimentation. So obviously, you've been talking about this, and creating new use cases. Train faculty, you mentioned it before. So I remember this was in the beginning of 2023, we invited Ethan Mollick, that you mentioned before, right, from Wharton. Basically, that was the kickstart for the training of faculty. From then on, we've got like regular workshops mandatory for junior faculty, because obviously, and for senior faculty, it's very difficult to enforce these kind of things. But still, obviously, people want to come, of course. They don't want to be left behind, right? And so, and we are a research-oriented school, research-based, so they all have this, you know, they want to be there, you know. And basically, we share their best practices or use cases in teaching, of course, for evaluation, for research, replicate, and then also for developing of materials. Developing of materials has proved very useful. You know, we teach 100% case method, almost 100%, and so for developing cases and everything, we have the train model with all our previous cases, and so that's super helpful too. I mean, now it's much faster to renew your materials very quickly, have up-to-date materials, you know, with this kind of. And finally, I was thinking, we all have been in the business of experiential learning, of course. But maybe now the experiential learning, and you were mentioning some examples before, we have to introduce this idea of, you know, through hackathons, working with other schools, as you say, develop, I don't know, these agents or these kind of, you know, configurations of things that we can do here. There are the lab approach that you were mentioning. Anyway, gamification, etc. I will mention an example later if we have time. But because
please, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So one of the highlights of the MBA program that we have, in all the programs actually, we have it, is this simulation, where for one typical simulation, for 1 week, different teams competing. In each team, obviously, you have the CEO, the CFO, the CMO, all the different functions in the company, right? And you know, you have this, you compete, and you have this software, basically, that allows you to compete. But then there is a lot of interaction with reality. So they have meetings with real boards. There are members of the board, alumni that we have that they come, they are members of boards, and every day they have meetings with them, and they are demanded to do things. Then we have another part which is negotiation of loans with banks, and we have real bankers there. Then the trade unions. Trade unions sometimes, and they only speak Spanish sometimes, so the students have to. Anyway, so we have this interaction with the real world. Even last year, I remember that we simulated that one of the workers had died, and we had the spouse of the worker coming to campus, a professional actress, basically to have an interaction. So students are under stress for a week. Now, what we're introducing now is that one member of your team has to be an agent, basically, right? And you have to choose which of the, basically the functions that you have inside that you want to be the CFO, CMO, what do you want this to be, right? And obviously there are models and things that you can do. And so, well, that's an integration here, let's say, of one work colleague or part of your team that is going to be like an AI tool, basically, or great. Anyway, this was an example of this. Stop doing, we're mentioning stop doing, okay. Teaching technology as an aside, I understand that in the beginning we need to have some AI literacy and you need some courses like I don't know, prompt engineering or machine learning, specific courses. But at the end of the day, this has to be integrated in the curriculum, in all the other courses, in the same way that when we talk about ethics, you can have an ethics course. But this an ethical dimension is in all the decision making. It should be in all the courses. In financial accounting, obviously there will be, I mean, all the decisions you make, I mean, you have to integrate that, So I think that the same happens with AI. It has to be integrated with the nature of the courses of saying, how is AI going to affect this company, this decision making, but also in the learning process, okay, in both areas. Second thing, and I could have said this 5 years ago, and I think that we all agree. Don't spend a single minute in class teaching content. If you want content, buy a book, go to Coursera, watch YouTube videos, right? But I think that in the class, this is why we have been using the case method for a long time, because it's, training people to make decisions and integrating all these different dimensions. Come to my class with all your readings and pre-courses online of accounting. But in our classroom, we're going to be discussing and having this personal interaction, decision-making process with people from all over the world, right? So that's the richness of it. So no lecturing. I mean, that's at least in a business school. I'm not saying that maybe in other places makes sense. And then I added one thing to your question, which is continue doing. Because you said stop doing, start doing, maybe continue doing, okay? You talked about before about ethics, the importance of the ethical component. Look, the fact that AI allows us to do so many things doesn't mean that we have to do them. And I think that the human-centric approach has to be, at least for us, it's crucial, being socially conscious. How is this going to affect the organization, the people there, and businesses are for people, not the other way around. AI is for people, not the other way around, okay? So let's not get too fascinated by technology. And we are still managing human beings, as you were saying before, Helen, as well, that, this human component, in the human interaction. So at the end of the day, management profession is about aligning minds and hearts towards a common goal. And an AI tool is not going to inspire you, it's not going to motivate you, it's not going to listen with empathy. And these are things that only people can do. And I think that in the business schools, we cannot forget about developing these human, I don't know if it's skills, values, beliefs, as you are saying, in the human dignity. So to me, that's essential, something that we cannot forget. And maybe we run the risk that this becomes something that is differential in the future, developing all these kind of things, emphasis on this. And finally, I think having these diverse classrooms that we already have now, 90% of the people are international in our school, in our MBA program, 60 nationalities. And the richness that this brings in a world that is increasingly fragmented, polarized, we need people who know how to close the culture gap, that understand human nature in the deeper sense. And this is management, I think that that's something we cannot forget. And the case method for this is great, because you put together all these experiences in class, holistic approach, critical thinking, communication, all these things come together, It's a 100-year-old model, and I think it's totally AI-proof. Sorry, I'm selling my product, but I think that the case method works very well.
It's all right, but it does invite a question. Having said all that, all the changes, all the things we need to stop doing, but also things that will continue because they happen to be 100-year-old and the AI-proof. Can you summarize in one number, taking, let's say, in just one number, everything that has been existing pre-AI, your curriculum, your leadership, your strategy, your organizational behavior, your value chain, your everything, hackathons, your how you do it, taking everything is 100%, to how much all of this will change with AI. What will be the extent of this change in just one number?
One number. I'm an accountant, but I mean, by a number, what do you mean by a number?
Percentage?
A percentage?
20% change.
But you're talking about the
50%.
learning process.
Yeah.
For us, I'm
Yeah.
thinking less than people would say now. I would say, I don't know, maybe 20 to 30%.
20 to 30% free.
Yeah. I don't know what would be the guess of the rest of the people here.
What do you guys think? Does it sound right? 20 to 30%?
For me, it's not a radical. If I was in the world of mass education and personalization, because then you, with the data and everything, I would tell you a different thing. But we're in the world of person to person, you know, in class, blended programs, but, you know, it's not like mass education, you know, so.
And 20-30% is still huge change, right?
Yeah.
Whoa,
maybe I
it's a
exaggerated,
huge
right?
Change,
Okay,
right?
good.
And I'm very happy that you didn't say 70 or anything. Honestly, that would.
No,
20-30 sounds about right. Thank you. That's very. I would say that's very actionable what we just discussed right now, which leaves us with a very important question that I'm sure is kind of also almost inviting itself, which is, all right, AI is great, but it's 20-30%, right? So it's got to be other things. What are the other things, Professor Kamran?
Thank you. To just give you a scale of our operation at ESCP Business School, we have 5 campuses in Paris, London, Berlin, Turin, and Madrid. We educate 11,000 degree students and another 6,000 executive education audience. And we've partnered with OpenAI and work with students, staff, and faculty, and our adoption rate is great. It requires a huge transformation of culture, the way we teach, what we teach, and so on and so forth. But I agree with Helen that that's not going to be something that it gives us a differentiation point. I think it would be a point of parity, so for any school or university, it's something that they need to adopt in the next 5 years, otherwise they won't be able to compete. But the real differentiation is what we deliver on top of AI, and we've always been good to integrate tech with what we deliver. And there are a few things that I want to say that we need to focus on. I think you mentioned critical thinking, asking the right question, understanding the vulnerabilities of the AI, and so on and so forth. I want to emphasize strategic thinking, system thinking, and complex thinking. I think in the universities and business schools, we try to simplify knowledge and simplify the sort of exploratory nature of knowledge. I think with AI, we can do more of complex thinking, strategic thinking, and system level thinking. And I think it could have an impact on the way we do research as well. So I guess we do more of contextualized knowledge developments, working a lot with companies to really develop with them context-based knowledge. And I think the future of talent, they will be superhuman. They will be able to do higher than PhD level research. So in a way, imagine that world that you can actually work with the companies and enable them to do the typical research that we do at the business school. So I think that's where we are going. And I think more importantly, you mentioned belief. I think meaning creation and purpose injection to what we do, it becomes something very important. And I think we do all of those to some level. If you look at the C-level executive education, that's where we see a lot of this. But in my view, it becomes more like at the mass scale, we need to sort of do what we do with the C-level audiences at the middle management level and the lower level sort of talent as well. So it would be a lot of executive coaching, facilitation, orchestration. And I think in the business school, if 10 to 20% of our faculty are involved with high-level, high-profile executive education, it would be the other way around. And I think we would be in a situation that probably 80% would be in that category. So I think these are all, I agree that it's probably 30 to 40%, but that requires a fundamental shift and transformation and really focusing on what each of us can create as our advantage and differentiation on top of what AI would give us.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Cameron. It's really, really tempting to delve into this capability building, let's say. How do we make this 20, 30, 40, whatever % happen? However, I also do think that 1 hour of Anton's questions is quite more than enough. And if you don't mind, dear panelists, I'd like to open the stage a little bit to make sure that our audience can ask a couple of questions as well. Please welcome. You will be helped now with the microphone. Thank you for having a question to us. Just 1 second. If you don't mind, introduce yourself, ask which panelist you'd like to address your question to, and then go ahead and ask your question. If it doesn't work, you can signal your question as well. That's all right. There you go. There you go. There's a mic that's working. Yeah.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Great. I know we're running out of time, but I'm really curious. Any panelists can answer this. So I am a heavy user of ChatGPT myself. So I noticed two easily fall into traps. One is this over dependency on AI, because for example, I could just jot down some thoughts, right, and then ChatGPT will create a beautiful, written paragraph for me. In the past, that I have to write sentence by sentence, which takes a lot of training. Secondly, this kind of overemphasis on efficiency, which also I think is a little bit daunting to see. It's so many AI sessions here too. It's the entire industry is getting so hot on this. So back to this learner perspective, if thinking that if I were a kid right now, how to encourage our learners from a university perspective to help them, encourage them to stay focused on being curious, right? Have that resilience, have that kind of patience, because otherwise I can't imagine my future child if having all of these tools, how you can sit there and do things. So I'm really curious from any panelists from a university perspective, how do you do it? And my name is Shiling. I'm from the Harris School of Public Policy. So great to also see Professor Menchina here as a public policy panelist here. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a lovely question. Dear panelists, anyone would like? Maybe Dr.
Can I say something here? Thank you very much for the question, to be honest with you. Yes, we're discussing this. I mean, I believe there are two things that I should say here. There's a gap in age that we're talking about. Yes, we are the leaders now of the education, the university level, business schools, but yet our students are a different sort of community, if I may say it. Listening to the students' voices is very, very important. And I believe in the university we run a hackathon, as an example of where can you see, using AI in your own area of specialization. We noticed that our students presented ideas that our faculty members, and I'm sorry to say this, but I'll say it very frankly, were not able to grasp, if I may say it. You know what I mean? The students themselves, in using AI, do have some experiments that we as faculty members cannot, relate to, if I may say it. And that by itself, to be honest with you, didn't shock me a lot as a person, but it tells you that there's a different generation that's going to deal with AI in the future that probably deserves to be heard and deserves to be listened to, and maybe take it to its input into, what is it that we're doing. I don't have an answer for your question, honestly speaking. I mean, we're experimenting with what you're doing now, but we are trying as much as we can to hear the voice of the students themselves and build on their expectations, their problems, their aspirations, so that hopefully we can, in any sort of integration, we can meet their at least expectations. And I believe if we can, as university leaders, business school leaders, if we can work on this sort of level of, the student and the learner is as important as the leaders themselves, I think we would hopefully reach some sort of solution.
Thank you. Professor Cameron, yes.
So I think there will be areas that AI would be more powerful than human. I think yesterday one of the speakers was talking about a radiologist, AI radiologist who would be much better than a human radiologist. So we need to engage our kids to identify what it is that AI is better and what it is that the human is still better. And to give you an example, in many of our classroom, we gave the same assignment to our students to do on their own, and then they compare it to what AI can do with the interaction with human. And then there are still a lot of things, specific things, cases, again, the contextual creativity and knowledge development that you still require human attention and human involvement. But we see that on more repetitive tasks, AI is really good. And then I think they start identifying those, and I think it become part of the culture that you rely on AI on some of the things, and we don't need to learn them. And then we use that cognitive capacity on those things that we need to focus on more for human development.
All right. Yes, Helen.
At London Business School, the way we think about it, I mean, a question has been, do you or do you not let students, use these various models? And our answer has been absolutely, absolutely. But when you do that, you've really got to think differently about the assignments and the ways you engage them. And actually what I would say is you've got to completely redesign the experience, the assignments, the questions, so that one, AI is an enhancement in the process and should be. But two, it's not the ultimate solution. It is just one input into a bigger assignment that is synthesized and that's personalized. So instead of asking, what does, an example I got from a professor, apply a framework to a healthcare challenge, instead of asking something like that, you say, actually, which case or discussion during the time that we've spent together is best applied to this and that. So you can use AI to actually help you, but AI will not go all the way. So my point here, and I think one that we all have to think about, regardless of whether it's a business school, a university, or actually, a school, a primary or secondary school, is we do have to take a step back and think about the assignments and the way we teach, the way we engage our students regardless of age within this AI era.
I love it how you put it, Helen. If I'm trying to summarize our session, which is not easy, as we've been discussing very, very different aspects of transformation of the new offering, or what you need to do, of what else is out there, not just AI, of many things. But I would say that one thing that strikes me is, one word that strikes me is agency, discretion, making sure that we're in control of this exciting future that's coming, make sure that we're making the steps back as many times as we need them, making sure that we are adopting a responsible approach, and we're also building this to strengthen things that have been around for hundreds of years, as you also put it, Mark, to have the best value for our students, have the best value for our youth, have the best value for our faculty, and basically for our lives in general. And since the organizers are showing me the sign like this, which I'm interpreting
not like this.
In a very, not like this, in a very concrete way, we do have to conclude for today. I'd love to thank you, esteemed panelists, for your time today and for this deep discussion. I'd love to thank the audience and wish everyone a productive and wonderful day ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Let's get started. Hello, wonderful audience. I'm calling you wonderful to ensure that you are wonderful and interact with my 5 wonderful musketeers, because being in the lab stage, a big part of it is you asking questions. So during the panel, at any moment, if you want to interject, say, that's the biggest load of rubbish I've ever heard, stand up, do it, okay? Please have fun. We're going to learn, we're going to have fun, we're going to educate, we're going to inspire. So please do get involved, okay? This isn't a passive session. This is an active session, and you're a big part of that, okay? Now, I just did a 15-minute discussion on the main stage where it was rushed. Because I've got an hour, I can sort of sit back. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to introduce them. I'm going to let them introduce themselves. Because no one knows them better than themselves, and no one can sell them, because it's a big part of entrepreneurism, better than themselves. So to my left, Khalid, tell us who you are and why we care about you and why we should listen to you on this stage.
First of all, thank you, and thanks for HCI for the invitation. And my name is Khalid Husseini, and why you should care about me? Because I care about you.
Nice. That's the answer. Good.
Yes, so
Good.
I think there is a message and mission that we need to deliver to enhance the ecosystem of entrepreneurship. Again, I'm the executive director of Entrepreneurship Institute at King Saud University, where I handle the incubators and accelerators in the university, and at the same time, the Technology Transfer Office and also the Innovation Center. And I'm a biomedical engineer by training. So I came from biomedical engineering, then 5 years ago I switched to focus mainly on entrepreneurship and innovation.
Nice. A good start. Ralph, take it away. Who are you? Why do we care?
I'm Ralph Rivera. It's great to be here. My background is in technology, sport, and media. And I used to work at the BBC and Eurosport, and most recently at the NBA. I think the reason you should care is because everything that I do comes from a personal mission. And that mission is to empower people to realize their potential and to pursue their passion. And that's why it's tremendous to be amongst all of you in this session, because that's exactly what it's about.
Brilliantly said. Dong-Soo.
Very nice to meet you. My name is Dong-Soo Kim. I'm the CEO of LG Technology Ventures, so obviously the corporate venture capital arm of LG Group. And why should you care? I've been doing the corporate venture capital work for the last 20 years, so I have quite a bit of experience. But also, we don't just invest, but we also try to connect our portfolio company with the right people with LG and help with the partnership.
Yeah. Jeffrey?
Right. Hello, everybody. I'm Jeff Max. I've been a lifelong entrepreneur. I think I started at the age of 14, which is over 50 years ago. Yeah, over 50 years ago.
Right.
So I've been doing this a while, across a wide range of industries, financial services, e-commerce, mobile payments, and most recently space, missions to the moon. And so if there's interest, it's going to be, the scars and the broken bones suffered along the way.
That's what matters, doesn't it? Yeah. The scars and the broken bones. Guillermo, do you have any scars and broken bones? Tell us who you are and why we care.
Well, like everybody with some age, and I am a millennial, 25 years and months, hundreds of months. I am Guillermo from my university. I am here as Vice Dean and also as Academic Director for programs that we have here in the region in the AI Center for Leadership and Innovation. And with companies that we have been teaching for many years. I have studies on entrepreneurship, being an entrepreneur myself. I published at Harvard a study about teenage entrepreneurs. I could not study Jeffrey, I will try to do it today. And I have been dealing with the students that want to be entrepreneurs, like for example, one student that after working for the MBA created Dream Lab and deal with investors to launch it and make it successful.
Nice, nice. Okay, I want to touch on one of the big themes of the entire HCI event. In fact, it is the #1 hashtag. It's beyond readiness. So given that this event, wonderful panelists, given that the theme of this event is beyond readiness, let's dig down. What does beyond ready mean for entrepreneurs today?
So I think we all can see that the volatility is really high. So the startup or the entrepreneur, it's not enough to be ready. It's not enough to have the amount of skills that you can survive. It's not about surviving.
Yeah.
It's about, and it's not about reacting. It's about redefining the ecosystem. So you need to redefine the future instead of waiting for the future to come to you, then you react. Then it's too late. So I think the important lesson that the entrepreneurs must be thinking about the future and shaping the future before they are stuck.
That sounds almost impossible to someone that's going out. I mean, it's exciting. I have to define the future before I can get anywhere.
Yeah, so this is how it's about embracing innovation and embracing the ambiguity. So if you are ready and you have the skill sets that you can navigate through this ambiguity, you will survive. Otherwise, if you just react, it's too late. So you have to have some sort of skills that you can anticipate a little bit of the future.
Yeah.
Nobody knows the future.
Of course.
But at least you can anticipate a little bit of it.
Jeff.
You know, in my session yesterday, I said one of the defining attributes of an entrepreneur is the willingness and the eagerness to ask what if, right? What if we did this? What if that was a thing? If all you're doing is another version of something that's already been done, what's the point of that, right? Where's the excitement in that? You know, one of the things about entrepreneurship is that when you find the opportunity, when you identify what it is that you're going after, it's a lot of fun. It can be difficult, you know, tough going, but to set an objective and then actually put the pieces together and put the effort in to make it happen.
Defining the opportunities. Yeah. By the way, is there a T-shirt printer in here? Because I'm going to print T-shirts and we're going to sell them. First entrepreneurial idea, all these wonderful little phrases that my guests have already said. Embracing ambiguity. Good idea? So can we find one? A 3D printer or something? But go on, Jeff.
Yeah, and an example is my current mission, which you know, you talk about looking into the future and identifying what's coming, is a mission to the moon to collect and extract really rare gases that only exist on the moon and bring them back to Earth.
Can I just reiterate that? This man on this stage is going to the moon to collect stuff that we need on Earth. That's the Mark Barton simple journalism take. That's incredible. Why aren't you jumping up and going, oh my God, give me some advice? That's incredible. You better tell us, Jeff, what the hell is helium-3 and why do I care about it?
Yeah. So one of the gases we're bringing back is an isotope called helium-3. And it doesn't exist on Earth, but it does exist on the moon. And the biggest, the most exciting thing that it does is it is the supply chain for the AI future that everybody's talking about here. We've got countless panels and discussions about what's the impact of AI and what's AI going, and how is AI going to change? AI isn't going to work without the power to run the data centers. And AI isn't going to work without, at scale, without the quantum computers to deliver the inference. And whether it's for cooling quantum computers, you can't do it with anything other than helium-3. And for power, if you put helium-3 in a nuclear fusion reactor, it's the only fuel that delivers zero radioactive waste. And so you get unlimited energy, no radioactive waste, pure, clean, unlimited power with this isotope that we can only get from the moon.
Incredible, incredible. Guillermo, let's come back to the Beyond Ready theme. What does it mean for entrepreneurs today?
Well, I think that this is a project that Jeff began with 14 years old. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I remember a movie called Capture the Flag. It's a Spanish movie that it's an animation movie that talk about this. So link it to the idea of the future that Dr. Khalid expressed before. Adam Kay said that the best way to predict the future is to create it. And entrepreneurs are risk eaters. Entrepreneurs don't have the same vision and the same feeling that people have regarding what can be done or what cannot. It's this idea of mission impossible. There is nothing that is impossible. There is something that has not been done yet, and we want to do it. And you need some skills there. You need an attitude, of course, but there are many things that can be put on the table that you can learn with the appropriate process, learning from other ones or understanding part of what you need to achieve that success.
Give me a few of those things while we're here.
Capital. You need investment.
Yeah, and we'll delve into capital and investment, but yeah, what else?
You need a team.
Yeah.
You need to be able to manage a team of exceptional people, which is not easy many times.
You got to find a team. Often you have to build it, right?
Yeah. Let's talk to the capital guy, Dong Su.
So let me get a crack at what I think beyond readiness is.
Yes.
So if you want to define beyond readiness, maybe we should step back a little bit and think about what readiness means.
Yeah.
So readiness, in my view, is learning the resources that's out there, the technology that exists right now to create value for people. So it could be probably AI this day and age, and computing, digital, all that. Beyond readiness, I think it goes beyond that you have to be ready for the future. And in reality, nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. I mean, venture capitalists might claim, yeah, I know what the future will bring so that I can make money, but really nobody knows for sure. And also it's so dynamic, things change very fast. What you think it'll be future today, a couple years down the road, might be completely different. So beyond readiness is preparing yourself to have the ability to learn quickly, to adapt. Whatever happens in the future, be prepared for that. I think that's, in my opinion.
Learn and adapt.
Yeah.
Boom, another t-shirt, please. Fantastic. Ralph, Beyond Ready.
Yes. So I spend a lot of time advising entrepreneurs and actually large companies. And my observation is that in times of great change, entrepreneurs have a tremendous advantage because large corporations are great at working inside the box that they have created and optimized. And even if they see an opportunity, it is extremely difficult for them to be able to change what they've done because their entire culture is based on being able to do it the way it's been done. Entrepreneurs, on the other hand, have the ability to work outside of that box and therefore are much faster to the opportunity. And so when there is opportunity, I think it's a race. It's a race between large-scale companies that are looking to transform and entrepreneurs who are fast and looking to scale. And so I think entrepreneurs have a tremendous opportunity.
Yeah, it's good.
And being beyond ready is yes to see the opportunity and go really fast. And looking at AI, what AI does is it gives you access to resources to be able to not just act fast, but get things that you otherwise wouldn't get.
Right.
And that, again, is a tremendous advantage.
Let's stay on AI because we brought it up.
By the way, let me just
Sorry, please do.
add what the reasons that you mentioned why entrepreneurship is important. That is exactly why corporate venture capital team like myself exists.
Yes.
Really, I mean, if the big companies could do it themselves, they would. But again, it's just the risk taking and the energy and the speed that the entrepreneurs bring that really forces the big companies like ours to reach out, to invest and work with the startups.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just looking at the timer because I can't see fully the clock. Good. So I'll be standing up a little bit.
So if you allow me to add,
Please do.
One case in the university, some scientists, they have an entrepreneur mindset and they are visionary. So one case, I remember that they kept asking for grants for research on quantum optics for detecting cancer maybe 8 years ago. So they asked for a lot of money. They got a lot of rejection.
Yeah.
And nobody believed that they can do it. And they kept going because they know at the end there is something beyond what the current practices for cancer detection. Now, because of the quantum and the chips and everything, their framework is excellent, and now they are superstar in the university, and the commercialization, and they created a startup, and they were working for very good because of they think beyond the current situation. They were visionary in their approach. And to have scientists with this mindset is really important.
Yeah, you're good at this. Bringing up the buzzwords, beyond.
Yeah.
You're good. Guillermo, let's get back to the training, the teaching, the skills, the mindset, the education. How do you literally prepare incoming generations to leverage tools like AI? How should we? How do we? How are we going to leverage AI, especially in the context of entrepreneurship?
To go from general to particular, we have in our values, in our 4 core values, entrepreneurship and innovation. Our institution was created by an entrepreneur more than 50 years ago and combines the tradition with the new ways and incorporation of whatever can help in this process to students. In all of our curriculum, we include the possibility, if you're going to do a capstone project, you can do a venture project. If you're going to learn management, you can learn also how to manage a startup. What is the process to do a startup? This same week, we had 170 groups in the venture day at the institution competing. And we do it in all of our schools, humanities, technology. How do you do that? Of course, learning for the people that has done it before.
Yeah.
Of course, with some formal training on aspects like capital access, markets, etc. And of course, in creativity and innovation. I am an engineer myself. I remember learning as an engineer in the school that we engineers solve problems. I remember first day in the school asking the professor, and when there are no problems, we create them. Yeah? So that's what we engineers do. And basically, entrepreneurs are also solving problems, but they are solving problems that have never been solved before.
Yeah.
So basically, my job is to create problems to my students. I love my job.
So you have to wake up every day and come up with a new problem to solve.
You need to try to simulate what they're going to encounter. And when they're going to face problems that have never been solved before, you must be creative and just motivate them to try to go through that process while they are in the institution and they are learning some other formal things.
But Guillermo, are universities integrating real-world entrepreneurship into academic programs? What's missing? If you could be the overlord of entrepreneurship and learning, and you could twist a button that resolved an issue which is clearly there, what would you do?
I could do what we're doing. I know
really?
Not universities, not all universities in the world are doing that.
Exactly.
But basically, in our institution, we're an entrepreneurial institution recognized worldwide. This is in the DNA. And we're replicating that process, bringing top entrepreneurs from all over the world, understanding them, teaching cases, learning from cases, and also learning from the 85,000 alumni that we have, many of them already successful entrepreneurs.
Yeah. Jeff, you were telling me about a story, which when we spoke, this is to give you a taster for preparing incoming generations to leverage tools like AI. Do you remember the story about there was somebody who used AI in a job interview and actually it went down well?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was my wife.
That's right.
Is on a board that approves scholarships for universities. And so these high school students apply and produce an essay about their life, what have they done, what do they want to do, so forth. And in this year's cohort of 30 applicants, one clearly wrote their presentation using AI. And the question was, for the reviewers, is that cheating? Or is that using technology?
Put your hand up if you think that's cheating.
We all cheat.
Or is it just using technology? Cheating? Anyone thinks it's cheating? No? You think it's okay? Use technology, yeah? Okay.
The interesting thing was that the skew was of the older reviewers, it was cheating.
Yeah.
And of the younger reviewers, it was using the tools. And when I shared it with my daughter, who's 29, and her comment was, that's the person you give it to. That's the person who's going to be successful, because in a situation where there were not rules, they used the best tool. And they're the ones that are going to be the most successful.
Do you agree, Dong-Soo?
Well, I think probably having somebody submit an essay is probably not the right way to judge whether somebody's worthy of scholarship or not, because now, I mean, essay writing skill is so much can be done through Gen AI and all that. And even interviews now, I mean, kids, before going to an interview, they download a sample list of questions and answers, and more often than not, you get asked the same things. So now you got to think, okay, so what's the right way to evaluate the young people for whatever the job they're applying or the scholarship and that. So I think all this has to be really changed.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question, right? Because from where I sit, if I were the interviewer in an interview situation, I'd go, I want to see the dynamic synthesis of ideas and creativity, not simply, presenting me with what AI told me was going to be the right answer. Mm-hmm. Right?
So it wasn't the person who was applying's fault. That was just what they were told to do. It was actually the person that was putting the rules.
Correct. It was what's the framework?
Yes.
What's the rules framework? But just sort of interesting about how this plays in.
There are 2 points here. One is procedural, means with the AI policy that you have. I mean, what you wanted to measure, if you wanted to measure the capability of producing that thinking, that reasoning, then AI is not acceptable. If what you want to measure is just the output, then there are many different tools and you can try to get the best output. In our case, we have been using ChatGPT since the first moment. You can use it to debug code. And this helped us a lot. We announced it also on LinkedIn, I think it was 2 years ago, because one of the biggest pain points for our students was if they struggle with the code, to wait for the next tutoring, for the class, with a professor or somebody who helps them. And having access to a tool that quickly can solve the problem, identify the issue, it was a fast forward learning. But they must learn how to code. If you use the tool without understanding what you are doing, that's the problem. Many of us think, we have very soon the Grand Prix here, I love Formula One. Many of us may think that we can drive a Formula One. We cannot. The same moment you're in the Formula One and you push the gear, you're going to destroy it.
Yeah.
And try to stop it with the brake, you need a lot of strength. So it doesn't matter if we have assistance with the driving wheel or not, we're going to destroy it. You need to really know how to do it. So it's the same with coding and it's the same with other activities. If you have the context and know how to do it, the tool is going to give you superpowers. If you don't know how to do it, you may produce a result for some time, but you don't get the future.
By the way, when I was growing up, during the test, you were not allowed to use calculators, right?
No, right. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, yeah.
That's interesting,
Yeah.
isn't it? That's
Yeah,
how far we've come.
Yeah, and I think this is a little bit of dividing line, intergenerational,
Yes.
right? Because when I hear about AI in schools, I automatically go back to being a kid and when calculators came out, right? And what I would say...
It was cheating.
Yeah, well...
It was perceived as cheating.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You were taking the fast path,
Yeah.
right? And what I would say is, actually, it's a function of what is it that you're trying to learn, right? And so if what you're trying to learn is the calculation, then yes, using the calculator is cheating because your output is the calculation. But actually, if your calculation is an input to a larger problem that you're trying to solve, then spend your time figuring out that problem and use the calculator to calculate, right? So I think it's a function of the problem that you're trying to solve. And in fact, because you have calculators, you spend 80% of your time figuring out the larger problem, 20% of your time on calculation versus the other way around.
Yeah.
And therefore then, I think that having access to knowledge instantly, fantastic. Now that enables you to spend more time on creativity. Solve the problem that hasn't been solved. And I think that's what the entrepreneurs are in the business of.
Yeah, so true. Dr. Khalid, will AI-powered startups replace human entrepreneurs? Some are saying, will they amplify their potential or will they replace them?
That's a $1 million question.
Yeah.
But I don't think it will replace, but I may agree with maybe amplify.
Yeah.
And it will maybe replace some of the skills and function, but we will need humans down the road. So I don't think...
So you're not one of these end of days doomsters?
No, I think it will be a tool that
Yeah.
everybody is using AI, but still we need the human brain and all of that.
Do we all agree with this? Just go down the line. Yeah? Ralph?
I took a futurist, I was in a futurist workshop about 30 years ago, and what that question reminds me of is that the person that was speaking said, we're eventually going to have a conflict, and the conflict is going to be sentient robots, right? Augmented humans, right? And plain old humans.
Right.
And so I'm rooting for plain old humans or augmented humans versus the
extinction.
Extinction.
You too, Dong-Soo?
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Humans will always be needed. As Ralph mentioned, I mean, we will be just solving a bigger and bigger problems and let the AI do the simple stuff. Things that are, very routine, dangerous, dirty, you name it. I mean, machines will take over, but at the end, you always need a human to see the big picture and solve the big problems.
Yeah, Jeff?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
No, because I've had this idea that the differentiation between AI and the entrepreneur is creativity, right? And the AIs are good at synthesizing a bunch of historical information and coming up with conclusions that are outside our capacity to process that scale of data, right? We're using AI in this moon project to tell us where the helium-3 is, right?
Yeah.
And it's really good at that. But
how much time are you saving AI versus non-AI?
Infinity time, because it was outside.
I mean, that's incredible.
It was outside of human capacity to measure 4 billion years worth of lunar evolution.
Yeah.
But what I'm thinking here is, what if your prompt was, tell me the next 10 types of innovation that could accomplish bump, 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 bump.
Yeah.
Right? And what this compute can do, in theory, is scan the world for medical opportunities, for scientific opportunities, for energy opportunities. I mean, my universe of entrepreneurial endeavor is bounded by what I know and what I have the capacity to expose myself to and learn. But what if these become tools that we use to ideate what those new opportunities could be? It could be pretty cool.
I did that, and I discovered an idea, and I'm working on it. I can disclose.
Go on, give us a sneak
And it
preview.
was really good idea that I didn't know before. So I spent the past 2 months searching and seeing the market fit. It's an excellent idea because of that prompt.
Again, encouragement for entrepreneurs. Idea and even detailed plan are necessary but insufficient.
Right.
Because actually, what an entrepreneur brings is the tenacity, the ability to find the right people, to navigate through the maze, and to overcome all of the obstacles involved in going from strategy to execution. And so, yes, use AI. Come up with the idea. By the way, I'm a big believer. I give all ideas out because I know the secret isn't in the idea.
The
secret is in the ability to execute.
So your
And
T-shirt is tenacity.
Absolutely. I think that's the entrepreneurial superpower is tenacity.
Yeah, I love that.
But even ideas, AI does not generate ideas from the vacuum. What AI does is collects all the ideas that has been generated by people and summarize it and then come up with the answer that you think that AI think is most likely for the highest percentage of being right. So he's not creating anything new.
Yeah. I love that expression, superpower. Let's go off piste. What is the primary superpower of an entrepreneur? Ralph's done his tenacity. Guillermo, let's do it.
I went for problem solving.
Problem solving.
Problem solving.
Yeah. Okay. Jeff?
Resilience.
Yeah. Dong-Soo?
Speed.
Speed?
Yeah, you have to be able to, be able to make quick decisions, right? Many times based on incomplete information and otherwise, I mean, you got to move fast. Otherwise, your startup will not succeed.
Dr. Khalid?
I would agree with resilience and communication.
Communication. So it's quite, I mean, we've got 5 brilliant minds here. Tenacity, problem solving, communication, resilience, speed. That's quite a lot of skills, isn't it? Do you meet a lot of entrepreneurs who are the full package? And is there ever someone with the full package that you still think, nah, they're not the right person? Jeff?
Yeah, the full package is out there, and I'd say that most successful entrepreneurs
have all those.
Have those attributes. Yeah.
Dong-Soo, I mean, you're meeting hundreds of businesses a year, startups.
So you do need all of those skills, but you don't have to be the world-class expert in one of the right. Also, I mean, you should also like those skills that you don't have. You have to know where to get it, or get help.
Yes.
It could be your investor who can help you. It can be other CEOs that you know that can help you. The government may be able to help you. But if you know where to go get help, that's again how you create your superpower.
Yeah. I want to talk about scaling, building. Jeff, you've scaled and built. Hyper growth is the buzzword when it comes to Jeff. He can explain what that is in case you don't know. What's the secret to leading high growth companies through this rapid scaling and innovative phases?
It's not one thing.
Yeah.
Right? You need to put what I like to call the scaffolding for scale in. These are the systems. You put in the systems that you're going to need at 100 people when you're only 20, right? You put those elements in place. You think about how this organization is going to work, what it's going to need, because if you try to build the plane while you're flying it, that typically doesn't end well.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think another challenge that really makes or breaks scaling is culture. What is the culture in the company? What are you about? What do you care about? What are the core attributes and behaviors that you want to inculcate in your people, that you want to communicate and share with your investors, that is part of what you are to your customers?
Can we delve a little bit deeper on that? I want to go down this rabbit hole, creating cultures of excellence. How do we do that if we're setting up? Guillermo, let's start with you. How do we go about creating cultures of excellence? And actually, what is a culture of excellence?
Well, first of all, the culture is, and I totally agree, something that it's not retail. I mean, you can have something there in your values, wherever, but at the end of the day, you need to lead by example. And I shared with you before, we have a WhatsApp group, okay? And a research that we made some years ago about emotional intelligence and leadership, and you see great evolution in emotional intelligence among generations in thousands of entrepreneurs, but transformational leadership was always there, and it was always there in a similar way. So you need leaders that want to change not just the world, but also the lives of the people that are working with them. And that leading by example is where you can create the culture. And this spreads from top to bottom, and then you can have new people come in and working with the culture. And the culture is what makes you do what you have to do when nobody's telling it and when nobody's there controlling it. And that's what drives the company, and that's where you can hyperscale.
Do you agree, Dogs? I'm just looking at the time.
Yes, so I do agree that culture starts from the top. I mean, if the leader does not believe in it, I mean, it's not going to happen. But it requires more than that. It requires the right incentives within the company. So those people who have the right culture, you should promote them. You should, give it more bonus or whatever, right? To send the message to the rest of the employees. They're like, look, I mean, if you have the right culture, you'll succeed, you'll go far.
Yeah.
One of my favorite phrases, this one's for the
T-shirt
t-shirt.
coming. T-shirt coming.
Culture eats strategy for breakfast. And yes, big companies have an established culture. It comes from the top, especially if you're in a hierarchical organization. So the whole company is set and primed and has the culture to deliver against that. When the new strategy comes, hired McKinsey, Bain, BCG, here's a nice binder, or not binders anymore, right? The PDF.
Yeah.
Here's the PDF.
800 slides.
800 slides. Could they get paid by the word still? I used to work at Deloitte, so we used to get paid by the word.
Yeah.
And there's the new strategy. And usually, it just doesn't work as planned. And it's because those unwritten things become the blockers. Entrepreneurs get to design their culture and role model the behaviors necessary to execute new strategies in new markets. And that's one of the primary reasons is culture, that you can move faster than companies who they have more resources, they have more access to the technology, but the blocker becomes their ability to shift culture.
There's a really interesting phenomenon that I'm seeing that I've seen develop over the last 10 or 15 years with the rise of social media.
Yeah.
And in a social media world, you can have members of your team that are 18, 20 years old, 22 years old. If they're star performers in their field, they can have more followers than the CEO.
Cool.
And so these are young people with their own ideas, with good ideas, but they are lower down in the traditional hierarchy of the business. And traditionally, you have a hierarchy that's like a pyramid, like a triangle, right? With a CEO at the top or a leader at the top, and different levels of management down till you get to the workers, right? To the rank and file, the bulk of your people. And used to be that information and direction flowed down from the top. And there is this emerging situation where you've got people at these lower levels that not only do they have good ideas, they know they've got good ideas, and they expect to be listened to, they expect to be heard, because when they're on their devices, they are being heard, and they are being liked, and they are being retweeted, and they are being shared, and they are going viral. And I think one of the changes that we need to be sensitive to is we need to listen. We ought to be listening, and we ought to be creating the structures so that ideation can happen and shifts and development can come from within and below, and not just always filtering
Are we doing
from the
enough,
top.
Dr. Khalid, to ensure that ideation comes from below and moves all the way to the top?
So maybe I will zoom out and talk
Yes.
about the culture, not inside the startup, but maybe the ecosystem.
Yeah.
So in Saudi Arabia, we have a new emerging ecosystem for entrepreneurship. Maybe it started growing in 2005. The past 5 years was the best. So we are attracting startups from around the world to be relocated in Saudi Arabia. However, so I will talk, maybe I'm dealing with a specific sector of entrepreneurs, which they are students, scientists, employees of the university and around the university. So they used to be afraid of starting a business. So we start a culture of embracing and celebrating the failure. So with the initiatives from the government, they are de-risking a lot of fund. So there is no, we minimize the risk on the entrepreneur. So you will lose nothing if you spend 1 year on this project. But at the end, you know, like failed entrepreneur is the best employee. So this is our target, that they learn the skills that we talked about, resilience and communication and all of the skills that through going through the journey of entrepreneurship. So I think this is really good because as we talked before, it's a life skills. So if we equip them with these skills, I think it's a win-win situation for all and even for the society.
Can we dig a bit more into this emerging startup hubs? How do hubs contribute to resilience? Let's go bigger. What do emerging hubs need? What's the essence of an emerging hub to build a thriving entrepreneurial ecosystem? You've got the big ones, Silicon Valley, Shenzhen, Tel Aviv. Can it be replicated? What's the essence
Should it be
of these? Yeah, should it? Can it? Let's do it. Guillermo, you go first.
Well, of course it can be, and of course it's not going to be the same.
No.
So there are some elements there that we know that work and have been working for ages. If you put a lot of amazing people working together, the amazing will happen.
Yeah.
So having these hubs with people collaborating with different cultures, with a global mindset, which is one of the academic constructs that you can find in entrepreneurs. If you have the access to financing, if you have the access to the technology, to educational institutions where you can have the talent that is coming into the future, and if you have the incentives from the government, you have the substrate for this to grow. Then sometimes you also need a hidden gem. You need somebody that is different, that for whatever reason appears there. Is the Michael Jordan of the 90s that saved the NBA? Or it's somebody that suddenly creates a company and this leads with example. So when you have this leading with example, more people want to go and to do the same. So you need a little bit of those combinations. And of course, it's usual, a little bit of luck, but you build the luck. You need all the other things when the luck appears there.
And on Michael Jordan, I can't let that drop. On the NBA, Ralph. And
I think Larry Bird and Magic Johnson might have something to say
Yeah.
about that.
But sports organizations like the NBA are investing in entrepreneurship. What are the lessons from sports leadership that apply to startups and innovation?
Yeah, I think it is about looking at opportunities in terms of ecosystems.
Yeah.
Because if you look at a sport, let's say in the NBA, people will look at, oh, okay, I'll play this game, and maybe in playing this game, it can become a business because we sell tickets and then people come to the game. And that's my business.
Yeah.
But that's my business because I haven't taken a broad view on what the ecosystem is. And if you look at the ecosystem more broadly and you say something, which is one of my mantras, is how do you maximize fan engagement and monetization for the folks in and around the arena and the 99% that never get there? So all of a sudden, I've pulled the lens out and I'm looking at the entirety of the sports ecosystem. And it isn't just I get paid to play or I get tickets for the games. It becomes real estate for the arena. And not just real estate for the arena, but now that will be a catalyst for the local environment, and so there'll be housing and entertainment and shopping around that, and all of a sudden the team, yes, they're playing, but they've acted as a catalyst to build out a local area. Then maybe that team becomes popular. Those players become brands, and then that then projects out into social media, their sponsorship, their t-shirts that are sold, jerseys. Michael Jordan may not have saved the NBA, but he made a couple of billion by making sure that a lot of people are wearing NBA sneakers, branded
And
Jordan.
didn't he demand that he wanted a piece of every
Absolutely.
shoe sold? They were like, no. And
Absolutely. And so that's
Where was that? Where did that come
That's
from?
a broader view
Right, he
on the
knew- right.
opportunity.
You were right.
And so if you
Michael
take a
Jordan did
narrow
it.
view, you say, pay me as much as I can to have my name associated, versus thinking, wow, my brand is going to sell a lot of these.
Yeah.
Let me get a piece of that action. And so I think that if you look at sport very narrowly as playing a game and it's a competition, then there's benefits to that, physical activity, things. But
Yeah.
if you take a broader ecosystem view, then all of a sudden, it's an economic engine across entertainment, real estate, tourism, marketing, media, so on and so forth.
By the way, Jeff breeds sport horses, okay? And I thought and they've been selected by the US equestrian team, the Olympic team. I thought we'd ask Jeff a nice question. What can entrepreneurs learn from sport horses?
Stay away. You'll go
Really?
broke. Yeah.
You'll go broke. Don't get into sport horses.
Yeah. But you know, just hearing about that ecosystem and thinking about the way the kingdom is embracing sport and particularly football, you know, it isn't just right a couple of players and a team and a league. It is really creating that entire economic engine that has at its nucleus, right, a football game.
Yeah.
But it's much bigger than just a football game, isn't it?
But you cannot imagine.
So if you allow me to talk about the ecosystem, I will share my experience. I'm biased to MIT because I'm part of their program, the RE program. And we started around 2 years ago or a year and a half on their business model for creating an ecosystem. And in their model, they said for the ecosystem to thrive, we need the government, the risk capital, the university, and the entrepreneur, and the corporate to be all on the same table. So we created a team from Riyadh with the 5 stakeholders, and our mission was to help the ecosystem of fintech. So when we start talking to each other, communication, so we solved a lot of problem in a very short time. So we asked the risk capital, why you are not investing? They said because of this and this and this. And we asked the corporate and the entrepreneurs that we need to hire somebody in fintech, but they don't have the skill because the university, they're not graduating skilled student in fintech. So what do you need? So we created diploma, short courses to fill the gap. So it was really good exercise with the strategy, with the mission and vision and objective goals to create a small ecosystem for a specific sector. So this was really helpful and tangible with real outcomes that we saw on the ground.
Yeah. We've got 7 minutes, 7, 8 minutes. Be brave. Who's going to be bold, brave, brilliant? Lady at the front. Oh, was that not her? No, she was just moving a bag. Don't worry. Gentleman behind. We're going to bring a microphone to you. Tell us who you are and then fire away. Please do.
Thank you very much. It's Quan Lee. I'm just interested to ask the panel. I work for the university. It does a lot of R&D. It does amazing type of technology. How do we take that and put that in front of ventures capitalists, or what's the best way to do that? Because sometimes we don't want to tell everybody everything, and sometimes we look at drivers' publications and things like that. But now, as university becomes much more dependent on other revenue source, other than students and courses and funding, we have to diversify our income. And so therefore, one area of opportunities are R&D, and a lot of the R&D that we do are deep R&D. So they're not your digital tech, which you can do very quickly. This is real long-term horizon type of R&D, and how does the ecosystem comes back to support the R&D going forward if commercialization was successful. Yeah. Thank you.
So, the short answer is build a network. So, again, I mean, there's a lot of companies, startups happening everywhere, right? And a typical venture capitalist looks at a lot of business plans. I mean, one person would be looking at anywhere from 200 to 500 companies and only end up investing 2, 3. So it's a very low percentage game. So even if you put it in front of them, you're not going to get the proper attention. The way you do it is I mean, for venture capitalists, you pay a lot more attention to those deals that were introduced from the people you trust. Because they tend to have a lot higher percentage of success.
Yeah.
So again, for a startup,
if you try to reach to the venture capitalists direct, it's going to be a lot more difficult than getting to build your network of professors, experts, all that, who can introduce your company to the right venture capitalists.
Build a network. Khalid.
So I think I will talk about our case at King Saud University. I'm dealing with this issue on a daily basis, and it's really difficult. The commercialization part is really difficult. If you think about commercialization after you file the patent, you have the patent, it's sometimes too late, but maybe you get lucky. So then you commercialize it through licensing the technology. However, in our case, the best case scenario was when we start co-creation with the companies from the beginning. So we take the problem from the corporate or any customer, and we start developing the solution for them with them, so to make sure that the commercialization path is really clear. This is the easiest part. The third one is to create a startup, that licensing the IPs to the startup and raising funds and having a business model for the startup, then going to the capital, then maybe they will listen.
Yeah, yeah. Any other questions? Yes, lady. There, just wait for the microphone. Tell us who you are, 4 minutes, and fire away.
Hello. So my name is Rina Abdul Wahab.
Pull the mic up, yeah.
Okay, I hope it's good.
That's good, yeah.
So I'm Rina Abdul Wahab. I work with Ihya Social. We are, let's say, a project management specialized team which works specifically with sustainable development and CSR. And today it's it has been very impressive for me to learn a lot and to understand more. And as you have been saying, one of the key goals of an entrepreneur is having good communication and then having a good network. So how could we actually get to have such a good network around us, and how to start?
How do we achieve a good network, gentlemen?
Being here today, this is the first
generally,
step. Yeah.
Yeah. So, how do we achieve a good network?
Increase exposure, of course. Being in a conference, meeting many people helps.
Yeah.
But again, as I stressed, I mean, there's quality of network and there's quantity of network and quality.
Right.
And quality is often case more important. So you have to be able to approach the right people. And good people will also introduce you to other good people.
Yes.
Which is also very important. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll look at it from two dimensions. I would say is, what is the shared interest, right? And I think that's where you start to go into quality. It is find your tribe, find the people that have shared interests, and even if you don't know them, then you make the connection, you make the outreach, right? Yeah. And so, again, a conference like this, there is a shared interest around human capability. I love the fact that everyone is here talking about how we can all contribute to elevating human capability. So shared interest. And then I'd say the other one is behavioral, right? Because even if you're in the community that represents your shared interests, then you actually have to make that connection, right? And you have to step out. I'm a New Yorker, so obviously we're not shy about just going to some stranger and saying hi. But not everyone has that persona, but usually they have a friend that has that persona. And so get your wingman or a wing woman to be with you to reach out and connect with people with shared interests.
Yeah, yes.
So also, I forgot to mention, human connection is very important.
Yeah.
It's like real face-to-face interaction. So you can, correspond through emails or calls or Zoom calls. All that is good, but it just cannot replace real FaceTime.
Yeah. Don't use Zoom. Don't be lazy, unless you have to. Yeah, Mo.
And also, I would recommend you education. I keep learning every year. I dedicate time to go to courses from other institutions, also to learn other people, but also to work with them. Because in a network, you also as a node must provide value. This must be as a win-win situation. So when you dedicate time every year to go to short courses or workshops or this type of activities, you learn, but you work with other people, and they see how you learn, they see how you interact, so it's easier for them to see you, idealize you as part of your team or collaborating with you in a project.
Final question, really quickly. Give our wonderful audience one grand piece of advice about entrepreneurship, which you want them to walk away with, etched on their front. One piece of advice is going to inspire them and rally them in the outside world. Guillermo, you, and then we'll go left.
Try it. From creating a small project or hobby, from having a child, I don't know, everything is entrepreneurial there.
Yeah, try it. Jeff.
Ask yourself, what if?
What if you didn't do it? Yeah, Dong Su.
Constant learning. I mean, you cannot know everything, but you have to know how to learn.
Yeah.
Here's the other T-shirt.
Yeah.
Imagination is more important than knowledge.
So I think just do it and don't ask for permission. Always ask for forgiveness. So I think it's one of the attributes of the entrepreneurs. They need to abide to the law, but not the rules specifically. So we see a lot of companies that they didn't obey for the rules, and they are very successful now.
If you want to do the Just Do It T-shirt, you're going to have to
We're
pay
in trouble,
Nike.
aren't we? We're not going to make much money on that one, but well done, panel. You were fantastic. Let's give them a big round of applause. And thank you all as well. Go outside, have fun, have some food, and be back here for the next session. Thank you very much.
Hello, and welcome to this session. So I'm going to start with a bit of a scene-setting presentation, and then we'll have our esteemed panelists who will join me in this conversation. So as you may have seen, the title of this session is a bit of a tongue-in-cheek about the need to really start looking into skills development and stop postponing it and sort of pushing snooze on it and seeing that it will happen on its own. So just a couple of elements around where do we find ourselves in this conversation. So I just put up some trends around the reshaping of skills use and skills development. So the first one is really very much around the demographic changes, and what we see is that this world is really split in terms of aging at different paces. So within the OECD countries, there's really an aging of more than about a third of the countries have a proportion of persons aged 65 and plus by 2050. And this is also the case in this region. So that's quite interesting as well, where you have the proportion of persons aged 60 and plus will exceed 20% in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman. But there's another part of the world that is very young. So we have this different pace in terms of aging. Of course, the digital revolution around AI with job vacancies in the AI have really surged in the past years. But what is particularly interesting in this development is how much it has actually changed the skills requirements. And what we have seen, for instance, in some work around job postings is that in about 4 years, 1/3 of job skills requirements have changed within these job postings. So it's really going very, very fast. The green transition, of course, with more than a quarter of jobs that are expected to be strongly affected by the net zero transition, and this will mean job displacement and job creation at the same time. And that is particularly important when we look at the long-term trends. One element that is interesting when we're talking about skills development is the fact that a lot of this comes from public institutions, and what we have seen globally is that the trust in public institutions have been going down. So the OECD does a trust in government survey, and what we see is that there's a higher share of people across OECD countries that have a low or no trust in the national government. And so that's particularly interesting when we're looking into public policy. And of course, deglobalization or globalization, however you see it, I won't go, we all know what's going on, and this, of course, affects what we mean with skills jobs. So we'll be focusing, of course, a little bit on AI, and what you can see is that in all the regions, people expect AI to have an impact on the job or the career they expect to have in a very short time frame, the next 3 to 5 years. And that means that already you have about 20% of people in some regions thinking they are already looking into changing their careers. And of course, this is also affecting learners, where you have a lot of learners, more than half of them reporting using AI in their educational training at least weekly. So this is really something that is happening. A lot of people, and this is both in the US, in Europe, in the Middle East, of course, Saudi Arabia and some countries here have really looked into increasing AI literacy. That's particularly important. And in Southeast Asia as well. And what we see as well is a trend around fear of AI. And a lot of some employers and employees fearful about what that may mean for their work as well. The importance of education and training is something you will hear a lot in this panel. Of course, what we see is that within the OECD, we're doing surveys where you can see that occupations at a high risk of automation account for about almost 30% of jobs. And what is this? This really affects the lower skilled and the older population. What's important there is how much, if we miss the train on this, it can affect people for a long time. And what we see here is really how the earnings loss in the first year can continue with job displacement for about 7 years and sometimes even longer. So there is this really no time to hit snooze on this issue. What we see is, of course, the AI used in education and training, so very much now around writing assistance, research, and so on. But what's interesting is the pie chart that I wanted to put up. It's very mixed AI policies, where you have, in some places, it's fully permitted and encouraged, in others, allowed with some restrictions. And what we hear from a lot of students is they're lost. They don't know whether they can use it or not, and workers similarly, and a lot of people doing in hiding. So you have a lot of workers in employee surveys who say, I do use it, but I don't tell my employer. You have a lot of students who use it, but they don't really know, should we use it to prepare assignments, to respond to assignments. So it's confusing, and that certainly doesn't nurture and foster use. And of course, what we see is also how much AI is almost outperforming adults in literacy, in numeracy, so we're going very fast in terms of the capabilities of AI and what that may mean for what remains as human capabilities, or if we can still call them that. And I'll just finish with two trends as well. Of course, the increase in micro-credentials. So those have really increased, and at the same time, people signaling those and showing this compared to the education trends, and of course, hybrid learning with positive and negative experiences. So that's all. I'll stop there. We can stop showing the PowerPoint, and I will move now to the panelists who will themselves introduce all of them, and I'll start with Eric. So Eric, once you introduce yourself, if you can just tell us a little bit. One thing I wanted to look is that recently students, employers, and parents are putting in question the value of higher education. Right? So, and raising the fact that perhaps learning in these institutions is not really fit for the current labor market needs, and even less for the future ones. So it's really, you represent one of the largest and most important universities. How can you convince actually people that it's still worth the investment?
Well, I'm Eric Hanashek. I'm an economist at Stanford University. And am concerned in part with what the labor market looks like and how it treats graduates. I think that what we're going to find in simplest terms is that AI complements the abilities of high-skilled people, and it substitutes for the abilities of low-skilled people. So what AI is going to do is to increase the value of getting basic skills, and at the same time, it's probably going to widen the distribution between the top and the bottom. Now, part of the question is, does higher education prepare people for this new world? And I think it's basically wrong to look at higher education as a vocational training program, as providing specific skills for the future. The best view, in my opinion, of education at all levels is that it makes people adaptable. And that's what we're going to need, because we have no idea how AI will actually play out in all kinds of different occupations. And we have to have people who can adapt to the changes that are invented elsewhere and put into place.
Okay. So, Hekia, I know you're a strong advocate for vocational education and training, and so what we see is that a lot of learning occurs in the education institutions, doesn't really engage people with the real world, and that's what vocational education and training does so well. And yet, despite all the campaigns, all of the data we put out there, all of the insights, the uptake of vocational education and training, apprenticeship, is still low. We're not managing. What can we do about this?
Well, kia ora. We are all competing with the noise from the coffee on the other side. Yeah. So I'm just going to project the naturally loud voice I have so that we can hear each other. I'm Hekia Parata. I'm the former Minister of Education for New Zealand. And one of the challenges that I focused on was how did we get our boys in particular more engaged with the education system, feeling more seen and capable. And one of the best ways of doing that was what I call applied learning, because I think there is still a snobbery between whether you are able to go to university and do a degree, and too many of our schools prioritise the very students who have got the best opportunities anyway, and then those students who aren't considered to be academic enough to go to a university, they are then asked in a somewhat patronising way, well, are you good with your hands? Or, you know, would you be able to take on an apprenticeship? As if that is some inferior option to both gaining employment, to self-actualising and so forth. Just a humorous little experience. I was talking to all the principals of schools in New Zealand at their annual getaway, and I was saying to them that they really need to distribute the resources of their schools across all students so that every student has the opportunity of a pathway. And I said, and we need to stop prioritising lawyers, accountants, and doctors, which is pretty much the three that, you know, either you do that or you do something else. And there was a murmur amongst the crowd that this was, you know, terrible that a Minister of Education was saying, you know, don't worry about those. And I said, well, listen, in your own experience, is it harder to get a plumber to your house on the weekend than it is to get a lawyer? And the answer is, it is harder to get a tradesman because usually they are in great demand and there aren't enough of them. So anyway, what I learned from, as I say, our boys in particular, they learned much more quickly by applying learning. So for instance, we partnered with Habitat for Humanity to build houses, and students that were failing in the academic system were sent off to learn how to build houses. You know, those structural things we go into debt for to buy for our life. And I went to visit them. They were learning to do maths because they understood that if you put a veranda onto a house and it had a pitched roof, they had to know what angles, what supporting weight the beams would take. And then I had one young man, a 15-year-old, say, I like reading now, miss. And I said, why is that? And he pointed to this fire extinguisher in the corner, and he said, I've had to learn what flammable means. It means that shit burns. And I therefore have to be able to read the instructions on how to use the fire extinguisher. Now, those sound like very simple examples, but they were learning maths and literacy and building a house and seeing and feeling valued, and therefore able to choose pathways into vocational training. So I think we need to do away with the stigma of you're either going to university because you're clever and valuable, or you're going to go off and do something with your hands because you're not. It's so binary and hierarchical, and it doesn't serve either the needs of our communities or of these young people. So I'm very much for starting here in Saudi a University of Applied Learning. There's none in the world that I'm aware of. It's either a polytechnic or a university. So what do you reckon? Riyadh and the Kingdom could lead in this space because it's happening around the world sort of by stealth, but the opportunity to embrace applied learning and give everybody the opportunity of a learning pathway that suits them sits in front of us now. Very good. Oh, yes, thank you. You're going to talk about speed now.
Manal, let me jump to you because you got a question about what Saudi Arabia can do about this. So that would be great if you could say something about this.
I have a question.
So how do you see vocational education and training as part of the capability development that you're doing perhaps on this?
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name is Manal Gota, and I'm an executive director for strategy and performance at the Human Capability Development Program. And maybe I'll just give a little bit about who the Human Capability Development Program, what we do. So the Human Capability Development Program is one of the 11 vision programs, and we are the group that's responsible for organizing the HCI And our mandate is basically to look at how we can support the development of human capabilities from early childhood all the way across lifelong learning, from education to employment, and even retirement and post-retirement. Now, to jump to your question about vocational education and what role does HCDP play, I mean, everything you've said here is music to my ears. We really believe that vocational education, especially with how the world is changing today, is essential. There are so many new skills, so many new industries, so many new demands from the labor market.
Yeah.
And I think what they're looking for is not necessarily degrees. They're looking for people with the right competencies, skills, and values. So things like the socio-emotional skills that will make them competent and even excel at their job. So in terms of HCDP, we really, at least in Saudi Arabia, are looking to support the vocational education sector. What is the governance of the sector? How can we reform it? And how can we make sure that students are attracted to enter vocational education and they actually have the support from their peers and from their families? Because a lot of times it's the community that sets around negative perceptions, negative biases that make students not interested in taking a vocational career. And if we look at the context in Saudi Arabia, one of the things that the government is trying to do is to diversify our economy and to localize a lot of the industries here. So we're trying to localize services so that we're less reliant on workers or importing from abroad. So I think in order to do that and for our businesses to be successful, we need to have the next generation of workers who have the skills to be able to push and drive those industries. And vocational is going to play such a big role in that.
Great, great. We're breaking the wall here. This is great. George, you work a lot with youth, and so in some of the schools that Hikia was talking about, if you go there, you have the impression that they're being instructed the same way than a century ago. So how do you see things changing around this? And perhaps also, what are youth expectations around the classroom today, whichever level it is and whichever?
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. My name is George Amafidon. I'm from the UK. I lead an organization called Motive, so I'm a chief executive there. And we've been running for the last 10 years, working with young people from the age of 10 up until 25. So in terms of what I've been seeing, generally speaking, as it comes to learning, it's really just shifted from being, very much classroom-based, I would say now, to more community-based. And we spoke about, some of the trends in terms of AI and everything as it relates to that. If I'm very honest with you, it is going to be better at recalling the information and everything that we do now. And that's why students are using it. And it's going to be very hard to compete because when we learn, we get taught to learn from ground zero and then build and build and build. That's not how AI learns. AI, you put all the information in, and now if they were to build ChatGPT today, it would only take them 5 engineers. That's all it would take. So when it comes to learning in general, for me, I'm seeing it shift towards that. I'm seeing young people not reject learning per se, but I'm seeing them reject irrelevance. So if they realize that I can just find this information online, they're just going to go online. So what is the kind of alternative? I would say it's very much this experiential learning, this mobile first learning, and just really trying to tap into what they enjoy. So, we spoke about apprenticeships and the perception as it relates to that. What I'm actually seeing in a UK context is we've got these degree apprenticeships. These degree apprenticeships are flying off the roof. It's just completely in demand. So all of the young people that we're serving, most of them now actually want to do these degree apprenticeships because they don't have to pay the tuition. Right? So it's free for them, and they get a chance to learn and earn at the same time. So I believe most of them actually want to go in that direction. So there is that appetite. It's just what are the incentives? It's better packaging the incentives of the vocational education and everything else, and showing them that you can achieve these credentials and everything as you're going along the way. But I think degree apprenticeships have done that really, really well. But experiential learning is what the young people need to be having, because that's the best way to learn.
Yeah.
Almost all studies show that. So that applied learning that you spoke about, I'm a massive advocate for.
Yeah.
Okay. Eric, so you just heard from George. Say AI is here, and in a way one could think, why do I need universities? I can find knowledge from different service providers, whether it's social media, whether it's digital learning. I can choose whether I want a degree out of that platform. I can choose how in-depth I want to go into the subject matter. Why do I want to go into an expensive university for a 4-year degree that might be obsolete in a very short time?
So some degrees will be obsolete, but I don't think that many degrees will be, in the sense that they are giving the state of the art at the current time when they get their degrees. But the world changes, and you have to be prepared for the world to change. And so you've asked me to support higher education. Everybody else is supporting something else. But the whole question is, how do you achieve a balance between teaching fundamentals, basic skills, and teaching the experiential on the ground? And to the extent that you learn the fundamental skills better by building the porch on the back of a house, that's fine. But if it's a substitute and it really is aimed at people who don't have the basic skills and don't develop them, then we've got trouble, because the world is changing. And what AI has done is to say that we're likely to see more rapid changes in many jobs than we've seen in the past. So people have to be prepared for that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just asking the organizer if you can put up the timing up there. I have to say I can't really see it. So I'm going to move. Good. So I keep an eye on the timing. Hekia, so we're talking about AI and the availability of knowledge, but at the same time, what we see in OECD surveys is that adults don't necessarily take up training even when it's available. So there's a reluctance to upskill, reskill. There's of course some studies around sort of the lack of flexibility and having family obligations and so on. But what can we do about really making people understand and see you need to upskill, you need to continuously learn? What can we do about this?
I think this is one of the real strengths of universities, is teaching or expecting students to learn how to learn. So that's one of the core things I think that both for myself and for my daughters and generally is that university does give you the opportunity or the expectation that you have to learn how to learn and that you are responsible for your learning. I mean, it's one of the biggest shocks when you leave school and go to university is that you discover that there isn't a teacher making sure that you're going to, the class you need to go to. I think that it's going to be both push and pull. The world around us is just changing, and our jobs are becoming obsolete, or they're changing in nature and substance and all of those kinds of things. So I think it's a lot of it is about the language we use. So for instance, we still use vocational in a very binary way, but everybody has a vocation of some kind or another. And so I just think it's sort of the mode of learning is what I'm talking about. All of us learn in different ways, and it's how do we create the conditions in which your particular style of learning can be available to you. And that includes as you age and you learn in different ways, and we have different opportunities available to us. I think most of it is cultural. It's starting to recognise that there's value in different ways of learning. There's value in being able to be adaptive and responsive and resilient. There's ways that if you want the sort of quality of life you want, then how do you get the culture that you are a part of to start using language, articulating expectations, and creating incentives that will drive you towards the changes that you have to have. And one of the most practical ways I think that that can happen is for there to be a more organised way for us to curate our own micro-credentials. So rather than, and I think universities still are too slow, I mean, this is the degree, this is what you do at first year, second year, third year. But I think the more we get into flexible micro-qualifications and create an ease with which you can curate the kinds of skills and competencies that you want to have and that will match the career path you've decided to have, I think we're going to see changes. And so it's much more about agency than it is about institution, I think. Yeah.
But now, one thing we've seen is there's now lots of degrees out there. So I don't know in Saudi Arabia, but one number I came across recently is that from the National Center for Education Statistics in the US, is there are about 2,300 degrees, university degrees in the country. So some people say this is great because it shows the sort of variety of knowledge and skills that are required, and others say this is unmanageable in terms of people knowing where and what to do, nor is it easy for the labor market as an employer to see who should I take from which degree. How do you see that? I mean, are you looking into that in Saudi Arabia?
We are looking at that. We don't have as many degrees here. We definitely have less of a proliferation of higher education institutes, but I think learning centers, it's not just higher education institutes, it's also the proliferation is happening with learning centers where there's a lot of degrees now on offer. And I think it's a double-edged sword. It's great to have so many options. I think options are always good. Choice is good. But we have to make sure that students also have the support to know how to navigate those options that are available to them. So things like career guidance and counseling are super important for younger students who are in high school or in school to let them know what options are available to them. As you get older and maybe you're in the labor market or you're in some kind of in between, maybe you can do that, but it's not always easy. So I think from that sense, it's not great to have that proliferation without the added support. At the same time, I look at it as the sense of, okay, so many options means that individuals can perhaps find degrees that are more tailored to them. Maybe they can find options or pathways that are not so traditional because of the variety of degrees. But for me, what really matters at the end of the day is not so much the degree, and I perhaps already said this already, but it is what does that degree translate to?
Yeah.
Is it giving you the right skills and do you have the right signals from the labor market that this is the skills I need to be relevant today? And I think that type of information that often gets lost between the labor market and between education, where you don't have the right signals. So students and even educational institutions sometimes don't know what should we offer, what is needed. And especially in today's world when we hear statistics like in 5 years skills may become obsolete, there are new jobs being created, it can create some distortion and confusion. And that's why I think it's really important to ensure alignment and communication between stakeholders in education, stakeholders in the labor market, and then the students themselves and the supports, whether it's the counseling support, support from family, community, to help them navigate those transitions.
Great. Just hint to the audience, in a minute we'll give you the opportunity as well to ask questions, so get your questions ready. We really want to give you the opportunity to interact with the audience. But George, let me come back to you. One of the criticisms you hear a lot, especially when you get older, is that this young generation is not committed to work, not really interested in learning, you know. Is this where does this perception come from, and is it true? Is it anchored in reality? You know, what is that true?
It's all true. I'm joking. It's not true at all. I think from everything that I can see from the people that actually come to our community, they are the most hungry than I've ever seen before. They've got so much choice, so many different options that they're pursuing. I would say it comes down to this lack of guidance sometimes on how do I actually leverage all this information. One thing I can tell you is that all the institutions that I went to, and I went to world-class institutions, didn't necessarily teach me how to leverage much of what I had. So most students leave and they're like, so, can you help me get a job? That is absolutely insanity. How can you leave an institution and be asking, how do I get a job? Something has gone wrong in that process. So I think we're doing them a disservice from that perspective. So more needs to be done on that side. But the young people are very hungry. They're just looking for the places where they can get that guidance, where they can get that support to actually get to the next level. And thus far, I would say they're rejecting, that's what I said before, they're rejecting the irrelevance of, okay, you want me to do all of this stuff, but realistically, I can just put that into a ChatGPT prompt and get the answer. So I would say it's mostly that, but the ambition is there from so many of the students that I meet, and every generation has lazy people. Everyone knows a lazy friend, regardless of however old you are, right? That's the truth. I don't think that will ever change.
Yeah.
But in terms of these young people and how enterprising they are, technically, because they've got so much more at their disposal in terms of technology and everything, they can create a lot more now than has ever been created. It's just empowering them that, okay, cool, with these skills that you currently have, you can do a lot more with that. But I think that's limited at the moment.
It's really interesting in terms of relevance of the task they're asked to do and what they can do. And Eric, there's an elephant in the room, which is lifelong learning. So we talk about young people, but we're always all told you have to learn, unlearn, relearn throughout. A degree is not enough, a job is not enough. But how do we do that? How we can do? What does that mean also, and how do you implement lifelong learning?
So that's the big question. And it's usually phrased just the way you put this question. How do we do this? And it's been phrased that way for the last 3 decades, as far as I can tell. We have organizations in the European Union that are dedicated to saying we have to have lifelong learning. But as far as I can tell, they have not yet accomplished that task there in any uniform way. And when we look at the data, we don't see that there's a huge amount of actual learning, even from people who have incentives to learn, that they can see that their job is changing but do not enter into it. So I think that lifelong learning is a mantra that people say. In fact, if you were here all day yesterday, you probably heard several times people say very emphatically, we must have lifelong learning. But they've been saying that for a long time. So I think it's an elephant in the room that is not moving. It's chained up as in the corner.
Heikki, how can we unchain the elephant?
I think the answer to most questions is a cultural one. It's because we still have the culture that you retire at 60 or 65 or whatever, that your usefulness peaks. You probably know exactly when, Professor Hanushek, you sort of peak at mid-40s or 50s or whatever. So we've got all this research that has been structured into the way work is organised, family life is organised, participation in community is organised, and it still is the case that you sort of move along this continuum and you stop being a paid worker and you start being a volunteer, etc. So I think that we have to think about what our cultures tell us about the usefulness of people at every stage of their lives and make that more explicit again, because too often the lifelong adage relates to paid work, to next career phases, and that may be what people do want. My point is, again, I suppose that, and it may sound very woke, it's valuing people at all stages of their lives and what contributions they can make at all stages of their lives, and how do we create or restore a culture that recognises that. So I happen to come from one where older people are still venerated, where our experience in our education system. For instance, one of the projects that I instigated was for lonely older people, inviting them to come into schools to be engaged in reading to particularly 5 and 6 year olds. It's great for little kids who don't have grandparents in their lives, and it's great for older people who are feeling dislocated. And so those are examples of lifelong learning that is not the structured workplace lifelong learning. It doesn't preclude that, but again, I think it's a culture of how do we value people at different stages of their lives. Yeah.
Manal, it's a cultural issue, but it's also an investment issue, right? And when we talk about education and training, it's competing with investment needs in a lot of other areas. So for governments, no matter how wealthy the country may be, there's always a counter part, right? So how do we make sure that education and training still remains an area that is being invested in sufficiently?
Yeah, I think that's such an interesting question, because what we've seen is it's a little bit different between education and training. So we see investments in education for a certain point, they were actually increasing the last, let's say, 15 years. And then today what we see is not a stagnation, but almost a lot of countries are teetering or staying the same. So we're not seeing increases in education investments. And I think the arguments for education have always been clear. Like, you always hear about the rate of returns on learning, importance of early childhood education, and the returns on investments that you get from that. But for training, I think there is where it's a little bit gray. I think a lot of times the government sector and the private sector kind of throw the problem at each other. So the private sector says, well, it's the government's fault. They didn't, invest enough in education, and they're graduating students who don't have the right skills. You fix education, and then we won't have a problem. The education system says, well, or the government will say, or the education system, no, it's a labor market problem, and you as employers as well need to invest more in your employees. So I think both sides right now are throwing the problem at each other. And I think we need more evidence on the side of the training. We have some where we see that companies that invest in training have high rates of retention. You see better organization happen, efficiencies within companies. But I don't think that and we see the same thing with vocational education, for example, the returns on some of the investments there. But I don't think that we've rallied around training as much as we've rallied around education. Yeah. And so, especially in today's world, we need to maybe balance that and make the voices clearer that you have to invest in the early years. You have to invest in foundational skills, reading, literacy, mathematics. Digital skills are now foundational skills in our era. We have to invest in socio-emotional skills. And then we have to make sure that students get to higher order skills and continue on to skills for the labor market. So I think it's really around this issue of skilling. How do we see it, and how do we see this notion that it doesn't just stop at a certain point? We need to keep investments ongoing. And how do we compete with the different demands coming in? I think we just have to recognize that for any country to progress and move ahead, your human capital, your people, the individuals are the future, and they're the ones, again, that are going to drive your economy forward. So it's an investment today, it's a cost today for an investment that's going to bring you returns in the future.
Yeah. So, George, I want to give you the last word before we go to the audience. So my generation is probably the last generation that is going to be managed by humans only and managing humans only. So how do you think we should, education and training should be preparing us to work alongside AI for people who may be actually having half a human boss, half a human colleague? How do we prepare now for that?
That is such a great question. I still feel like I'm being managed by people still very well, but one thing that I've mostly seen in terms of leadership or management actually leads to these kind of skills that we spoke about in terms of just the people skills. You can call them people skills for the most part, but like the social skills or the emotional intelligence, let's put it at that. I feel like that's going to be the main challenge as it relates to being managed by, kind of anything else other than a human. I would say a lot of the humans that may be managing now still, have a journey to go on from that perspective.
Such a polite way of saying it.
But I would say, there's still a bit of a journey. So if we can see that, kind of come through AI, because you can, get very empathetic words from AI from time to time, that would be very interesting. But I would think that's probably the key thing, because, if you want to instill confidence in someone, then that is very much what it's all about. It's about understanding the nuances that people are going through, and then having the right response. I think in terms of machines, they will still have a bit of a long way to go to know your day-to-day behaviors, your moods, and everything as it relates to that. So I think that will be a bit challenging. But one thing that I'll touch back on in terms of your previous question that you asked me, and the best way for me to answer it is, we're currently using outdated signals to measure Gen Z and this new generation. So that's why you're seeing this disillusionment that currently exists, or what you think of as an apathy towards a certain thing, is because if you're measuring them by something that they no longer measure themselves by, then it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
So that's why you're seeing a big gap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have questions here? There's a question there. The roving mic is coming. Any others you can hand? We'll take the young lady in blue and the other one here.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for your insights. I had a question. You touched upon boys, especially, in how they need special consideration when it comes to education. My question was, why are boys and young men struggling in education and otherwise, and what can we do about it?
I think probably I can refer you to Professor Scott Galloway, who I've just, he's got a podcast about the challenges that young men are facing generally. I think that's a very long, in the case of New Zealand, which I can speak about, so I'm a native New Zealander, and brown boys in my culture have tended to do worse than mainstream minorities have tended to do worse. And that's because often in my culture, they want to do things collectively. The mainstream culture is very much individual ambition and so forth. And also expectations are lower often. And my experience, and probably most people here, you will meet the expectation of the people around you. So if there's low expectations, then you tend to meet them. If there are high expectations, you tend to meet them. What I was trying to do, and we were successful in doing, was not have special education for boys, but how did we create the conditions in which they could be successful in the same way as other groups were being successful? And how did we tell them how great they were and what contributions they had to make and valued them? So basically it was much more about, I guess, socio-emotional kind of feedback, that they have a place in the world, they can be much more physical and kinetic in their learning, and they can be much more in teams to go about their learning. We also have a big Pacific island, the small Pacific states, many migrate to New Zealand, and similarly they come from cultures where song and movement is much more part of their learning. So you just have to find the stuff that says to them, do it your way as long as you are learning and you get the qualifications that are necessary. Because otherwise it tends to be there's one way of learning. And I mean, we were a colonised country, thank you Britain, and so a lot of our institutions have been based on English approaches, and we've managed to find a very good blend. So I think really you have to find the thing that works for you, because boys aren't all the same. They too are influenced by the particular cultural context from which they are born into, and so forth. So as you've heard, I'm very big on language, identity and culture, because actually if you know who you are in the world first, then what you can do will follow.
Okay, we're out of time, but I'll still take that one last question as you raise your hand.
Thank you. I'm Amal Shehri, and I work on formal mentoring programs for employees. And we found those programs are like great way for people to develop their skills to lifelong learning and so on. I want your comment on the future of mentorship for employees as a way for skills development, if you can.
Anyone wants to pick up on that?
George? Yeah, I'm happy to go for that. In terms of the future of mentoring, I see two. That reverse mentoring is actually one of the biggest ones, just because if the leadership doesn't necessarily have it kind of within them in terms of all the insights, all the nuances of what their junior staff are going through, it's very difficult to lead them effectively. And that's where you're seeing this large divide at the moment. And then I think, the normal mentoring can take its place and be very effective. Mentoring is very much here to stay. All of our programs, that's at the root of it. You do need to make it as relatable as possible.
Yeah.
And that is often where I say, the reverse mentoring is key, for them to understand their culture, their identity, because if they don't understand that themselves, it becomes very difficult to tap into that employee or member of staff that they're trying to support. But I would say, that goes for everybody, every mentor, every leader for the most part. So it's really building those social emotional skills that I think you've spoken about a lot in order to make sure that we're empowering that workforce to really believe in their skills, believe in themselves, and hopefully leverage everything that they've got.
Wonderful. If you can join me in thanking this amazing panel that we've had here. Thank you very much.
And our moderator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
is tough to be.
Can you hear? No. Now? Yeah. Great, super. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Welcome to this actually last session of today. We're going to be talking about the classroom unbound. How is artificial intelligence redefining education? I'm Mercedes Mateo, the Chief of Education at the Inter-American Development Bank. And we're going to have two different segments in this session. The first one, we're going to start with a 15-minute flash talk that is going to focus on artificial intelligence impact on learning. And a second section or segment that is going to be a deeper panel discussion on policy implications of artificial intelligence in education. So let me introduce you to the members of this flash talk. Ben Nelson, welcome. Is the founder of and CEO of Minerva Project and Minerva University, and which represents actually a paradigm shift in higher education. Welcome, Ben. And we also have Sebastián Rubens y Rojo, who is an entrepreneur and international advisor in education, human capital, and positive impact from Argentina. Welcome, Sebastián. So for this flash talk, which is actually going to be very fast-paced because we only have 15 minutes, I'm going to pose 3 critical questions to the two of them about artificial intelligence and education. And each speaker is going to have 2 minutes to respond to each one of those questions. So I'm going to begin by the first one. For both Ben and Sebastián, it's going to be the same questions for the two of you. So in a recent interview, Bill Gates predicted that within a decade, artificial intelligence could replace doctors and teachers, making expert advice and tutoring free and commonplace. He called this shift the beginning of a new era of free intelligence. So the question for you is, having that in mind, how do you think artificial intelligence will reshape learning in the next 5 years, both in and beyond the classroom?
So, welcome everybody. Thank you for having me, Mercedes, conference, of course. And I think that quote, I think, is a fascinating lens into the future. And whether it's in 10 years, 5 years, 20 years, you could certainly imagine a time when a machine, artificial intelligence, is going to deliver what we refer to as intelligence on demand. But we also have to understand what happens today when a teacher interacts with a learner or a doctor interacts with a patient. It is not unidirectional, at least it shouldn't be. Right? The reality is that, you know, we have the famous second opinion, right? A doctor tells you something and you say, well, that doesn't really feel right. I want a second opinion. And then what is the patient left to do? What the patient is left to do is to decide what is the best course of action. What we're not going to have artificial intelligence remove is our agency to make decisions. So now the question is, what will require of us humans to be prepared for a life when a superintelligence is giving us sometimes conflicting advice, right? Because superintelligence will give us doctor's opinion number 1 and the second opinion instantaneously. And we're going to have to be able to discern. So that actually means that the process and the demands of education in a hyper-intelligent world becomes much greater. So rather than thinking about education becoming less important, because, oh, so many things are going to be outsourced, so many things are going to be done by the machine, the need for us to discern means that we have to be able to reason from first principles alongside the information the AI is going to give us. And so the impact from my perspective, from that lens into the future, means that we need to reform our education infrastructure to bring back rigor, to bring back systematic thought, because without that, then we're going to be in real trouble.
Great, thank you, Ben. Sebastian?
Thank you, thank you, Mercedes, Ben, and HCI for this opportunity. It's a true honor to be here. What will happen in the next 5 years? I mean, it's tough. It's a bit humbling to have to comment on Bill Gates' comment. I'm sort of along the lines of what Ben is saying in the sense that the human component will continue to matter and will matter in a different way. It's just how will it? What do we imagine in the next 5 years? We're facing a revolution. It's not just transformation. And revolutions tend to shift power. And there is a shift of power happening to the hands of the students. Now, that doesn't mean teachers won't have agency or teachers won't have a strong influence in the learning process of students, but power will be in the hands of the learner much more so. Now, perhaps slightly differently to the example of knowing how to discern about an advice with a doctor, in this case, it's about how do we develop what learners need to develop. So it's not just deciding about an advice, but it's how do we develop what is relevant. And more so, and more these days, what is relevant is about judgment, it's about critical thinking, it's about being able to one day oversee this mega intelligence that AI will be developing faster than we can possibly develop. So more than ever before, we need to go deep into rigor, but we need to go deep into clarifying which are those skills and competencies that we need to develop. And this is part of a previous wave of reform that has to do with a competency-focused approach. Schools around the world have been thinking about this and have been saying we need to shift away from content, knowledge. The internet was already an outsourced source of knowledge that the teacher no longer needed to have. The teacher needed to step aside and be a mentor of the acquisition of knowledge that was happening perhaps through the internet. And now there's an extra step, which is mentoring can also happen, and tailoring of activities can also happen and will happen better through AI. So in that regard, I think we need to accelerate and deepen our understanding what those life competencies are, and deepen our ability to scale up that teachers become true mentors of students. Schools, we can envision, have to become lifelong learning centers, home for learnings, but for a community, not just K through 12 and then what happens and when I've got enough knowledge to go into university and then work, but we have a continuity of different stages of development of competencies that are going to be relevant throughout our lives, and we are all learners. So yes, AI can isolate, to some regard, humans, because now learners can learn in a vacuum and in isolation, but at the same time, we become closer to teachers, because they are learners as well, of the same competencies that we need to develop as learners. So I think it's a very exciting time. Education is more important than ever and not less.
That's great, and this actually brings me to my next question. When Ben developed in 2010 the Minerva's approach, we've been talking a lot about that. I've learned a lot over the years. So basically you thought, okay, AI-assisted education would be just 1-2 years away. And Minerva has been operated in what you call post-AI education model, which speaks very much to what Sebastian was mentioning now about the type of skills that you develop within Minerva, but also about the role of that knowledge and skills content into learners and also teachers, right? Because you have a different model of teaching, not just about learning. And so on the other hand, Sebastian, you've been kind of supporting reforms in the Middle East, Latin America, and launching artificial intelligence tools that support teacher-student interactions and advancing social-emotional learning and other types of skills, what we call 21st century skills that you were talking about, judgment, critical thinking, and some other things. So now the question is, when we talk about, redefining learning and leadership, what is the line? What are the roles, the shifting roles between artificial intelligence and humans in education? What is the role of teachers? What is the role of students? How do you see this transform because of the impact of artificial intelligence? So I don't know, maybe you start first?
I start? Okay. So I don't think we should draw a line. I think it's more to ensure a handhold. And we will struggle to stretch our hand to something that is artificial. But we need to start seeing ourselves that we have now the opportunity to have a tool that is an extension of our own intelligence if we use it wisely. So in order to do that and to provide that handhold and shaking of hands to integrate artificial intelligence, we need to ensure we remain smart, or actually that we become much smarter than before. And smarter is now with wisdom. So we need, as I was mentioning before, to integrate those skills that allow us to be the owners of judgment. We cannot outsource judgment. We cannot outsource critical thinking. In that regard, I would welcome AI to take over as many roles and activities, especially the bureaucratic ones, and to leave in that complementary relationship to the human what is distinctively human. And in that, I personally don't think, and again, I'm humbly choosing to disagree with Bill Gates, that students, learners, I prefer to call them learners, will continue to be more inspired by a mentor, a teacher, a role model that is human than any artificial component that could be smart in knowledge provision and in guidance, but there is that sense of empathy with a real human being that has to be the core of learning. It has always been. We've perhaps been moving away from that a bit. We need to go back to those basics, especially now when so much else is taken care of with technology. So role modeling of life skills, mentoring, empathy, inspiration. Finally, just perhaps to frame this in the role of the teacher and how much the teacher could now feel that it's an exciting time to be a teacher, is there was I see it almost as a third revolution we're going into now. The first one was knowledge outsourced into internet. The second one was location. We no longer needed to be inside of the classroom. Thanks to the pandemic, we learned that we could learn through distance learning and Zoom and whatever platform. And now the third is AI. And AI boosts the other two. It shows us that total flexibility and the breaking of barriers is now possible. The teacher needs to be, the student is at the center, and the teacher is the key facilitator of that process. It's an exciting role to be in, much more challenging than before. But I think if we frame it right and we provide the right teacher mentoring and training, it's super appealing.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Yeah, I think we have to understand that schooling is by and large a failure. Secondary and post-secondary education across the world simply does not achieve what we expect it to achieve. And we all know this to be true. We all know the vast majority of things that we tested correctly in high school and beyond, we cannot test correctly on today. What's worse, the vast majority of those things that we do remember, the few things we do, we don't use. We don't actually use them on a day-to-day basis. The opportunity that AI presents, that any technology presents, is to rethink the enterprise of education. What is it that is possible to be done when you have a bionic teacher and a bionic learner? And what is necessary in order to actually effectuate the gray matter that we have? What is an insight in Bill Gates's prediction is that he was talking about the teacher being replaced by AI, not the learner. There is no faster way to program our gray matter. In fact, it's the opposite. There are ways that require more space deliberate practice, more recontextualization, more systematic applications. But the bionic teacher is going to be able to facilitate that by ensuring that the teacher themselves is not using a fragmented approach to teaching. That the learner gets taught by multiple teachers in ways that are connected. And that a technology can actually affect. Wish we had more time to talk about it, but we'll try to be brief.
I was told that we can overrun a little because we are the last session and we have some time before the closing ceremony starts. So I'm going to take a couple of more minutes, maybe a little bit more. Just because I think this part of the conversation is particularly interesting, and I want to bring this into my last question. The first part of the question is about, let me give you another quote. Shopify CEO said that artificial intelligence is not just a tool, but a new paradigm, very much connected also to Bill Gates' idea. And that one of the things that I thought was particularly interesting is once he says, before asking for more headcount and resources, going to your point about teachers and the role of they have in this new system, before asking for more headcount and resources, teams must demonstrate why they cannot get what they want done using AI. So applying that, trying to transfer that into education, the role of teachers and so on, and bringing that question with my second part of the question, which is of critical importance. We work in a region that is one of the most unequal regions in the world. And so how can we make sure that bringing this new paradigm or bringing artificial intelligence into education, that all students benefit equally or all learners benefit equally from education regardless of their background? And saying in other words, very simple words, that artificial intelligence is not for the poor and humans are for the rich. That would be the final question. So, Ben?
Well, you know, I think you just need to look at the reality of what happens in schooling today. You know, again, even though we know schooling is overwhelmingly ineffective, we oftentimes remember that one or two or three teachers, professors we had that actually hit us, that were connected to us and actually taught us a little bit more than the standard teacher or professor. And that's because, again, schooling today is an individual sport, right? It is, you have these separate coaches that give you one shot at learning something and then you'll never return to it again, right? When you're in high school, you'll have your year of biology, then you'll have your year of chemistry, then you have your year of physics. You have a bad biology teacher, a bad chemistry teacher, and a great physics teacher. You may remember something from physics, you won't remember something from the first two. Imagine what a restructured educational system would look like, where the tools that are provided to teachers don't make the modal teacher bad, but actually enable the modal teacher to be effective. Imagine where instead of 80+% of teachers being ineffective at long-term retention, you have 80+% of teachers being effective because they use tools to ensure that the learner is actually absorbing and applying what it is that they've learned. But more importantly, the approach to teaching has fault tolerance, where you don't just interact with subject matter once with one teacher and rely on their individual skill in order to be able to learn or not learn, but instead that gets reinforced over and over again in a population of teachers that are overwhelmingly effective. And that fundamentally levels a significant amount of the playing field, right? Because those tools should be available, certainly with time, at very low cost to pretty much any learner. And the advantages that come with wealth, even though they will always be there to some extent, will significantly diminish.
Thank you, Ben. Sebastian?
So yes, teachers, I think, will be overwhelmingly effective thanks to AI, those who learn how to use it well to their advantage. So you'll be able to raise, I think, the average level of teachers, or you'll be able to help improve those that were underperforming. Still very, very talented teachers that are able to have that mentoring, empathetic relationship with the students will outperform others. And that takes me perhaps to this last quote. Maybe some fewer teachers will be needed because each teacher can multiply its effects. But at the same time, to the question of can we benefit all students equally, I don't think any technology has ever benefited all users equally. I think introducing a new technology will always end up having disparities. I would frame it more as, can we make sure that it will benefit all or most students or learners, even if it's not equally? I think that the equality of impact or benefit will come from digital divide, AI divide. So basically, do we have the infrastructure in the places where the communities are needing to learn? Do we have the basic connectivity? Do we have AI platforms that are paid versus, you know, high bandwidth or low bandwidth, and what does that make a difference in terms of access and use of the AI tool? So I would aspire and aim to have this benefit all students, even if not equally, and I would still focus very much on what does it mean now and in the future to be a good teacher. I think we continue needing to look at what a good curriculum is. We haven't talked about curriculum and time doesn't allow us to, but I think curriculum much more flexible, helped with AI, will also help the teacher in being a good teacher. We have now the promise of being able to do interdisciplinary activities at the touch of a button, and before teachers wouldn't be able to do it because it wasn't a single teacher task. It required coherent, cohesive planning among teachers, and now this will be able to happen. So I think between the bionic teacher and bionic learner, we need to help our learners be beyond ready, perhaps the theme of a conference, ready for the unknown, and ready to make a leap. I think in that sense, it can benefit communities that were struggling to learn what was relevant. Now AI will allow many of these communities to make a leap and to take a different chance at what learning is required in their communities.
Thank you so very much, Sebastian. Ben, unfortunately, we have to stop here, but we can continue the conversation off stage. Thank you all
so much.
Thank you all.
Have a seat. Michael, Francesco, great. Hello? Hello. Yep. Thank you very much. My name is Ferdinando Regalia. I'm the manager for the social sector at the Inter-American Development Bank. And I was dreaming about waking up and start talking while the setup was happening, but I was not connected with the microphone. I really thank Mercedes and Ben and Sebastian for their great insights, and I welcome everyone to this expert panel that is a sequence to the conversation we just had. So in the next 30 minutes, we're going to have to recover some time. We'll explore how education system and policy must evolve to harness AI potential, especially in developing regions. Artificial intelligence is rapidly becoming a defining force in our global economy. By all sorts of estimates, AI could contribute between $16 and $23 trillion in added value globally by 2030. In the region where I work, where the Inter-American Development Bank work, you ask entrepreneurs, 95% of them say that AI will transform their businesses. The critical question we face today, and was already posed in the previous conversation, is how do we ensure that our education systems evolve quickly enough to prepare everyone for this AI-driven future? And we know that the stakes are very high, in particular for developing countries, because they all are affected by digital divides and teacher shortages. So with this distinguished panel, we'll examine equity, governance, and institutional readiness challenges with these four distinguished panelists, experts in education, innovation, and policy. I'm not going to go through a detailed CVs. You can see their bios. It's very, very long and accomplished. I'm going to just quickly introduce them. It's a real honor, welcome to everyone, to be joined on the stage by Dr. Michael Fung, who is Executive Director of the Institute for the Future of Education at the Tecnológico de Monterrey, Tec Monterrey in Mexico.
Thank you.
Also by Professor Francesco Mancini, Vice Dean of Executive Education and Associate Professor at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy at the National University of Singapore. Welcome. Then Dr. Nazia Koja, Senior Manager of Early Years Curriculum at the Riyadh School Group at MISC Foundation and former advisor to the Minister of Education on Early Childhood Development Policy in Saudi Arabia. Welcome. And last but not least, Mr. Mohamed Elushimi, Senior Executive Director of Global Business Development at Thunderbird School of Global Management at Arizona State University. Welcome to all of you. So I'm going to start with one question, which is the same for all of you. I'm going to just keep the time in a more strict way than my colleague Mercedes did, but I'm used to it, actually, in all the panels. So my question is, what is the biggest misconception about AI in education that policymakers need to overcome, particularly in developing regions? And maybe I start with Michael first.
Thank you, Ferdinando. First off, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for being with us at this very last session of the conference. So to your question, I think there's a lot of attention and buzz around AI. To me, the biggest misconception or myth about AI is that it will provide you with this wonderful, magical, low-cost tool that can solve all your learning and teaching needs. That is the biggest misconception. Well, but don't get me wrong, I'm not saying AI is not useful, but we have to be very clear and discerning about where AI can assist in that whole teaching and learning process. The pedagogical considerations of education is still highly relevant. We have to also consider learner motivation. So giving learners a self-directed tool for learning doesn't lead to good completion rates, doesn't lead to good outcomes. Take a look at MOOCs. Completion rates are really low, learning outcomes are very low. So AI can assist, but it is not a magical tool. And I believe that effective teachers that are really good at what they're doing, cannot be fully replaced by AI. But if you're not a good teacher, then I think AI could do possibly a better job. So we have to be very clear about what AI can do and what it cannot do.
Thank you, Michael. Francesco.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. We didn't coordinate, so a very similar answer, but I think a very strong misconception that we have, not just in education, but everywhere else, is that AI will take over the world. And fundamentally will start to do all the things that we do. And that's obviously creates a fear, right, in a lot of places to actually adapt AI into different systems. And think about education, the idea that AI will substitute teachers. I'm not a believer of that. I hope AI will be able to substitute some functions that teachers do. If someone give me a nice system that can grade papers, I would be delighted to have it.
sometime will come soon. But that capacity to teach, I think, is not replicable. So no fear, and just use AI to augment teachers rather than substitute them.
Nasir.
Thank you very much. From an early childhood perspective, I think I would just echo my colleagues and say the biggest conception is that AI can replace the early childhood teacher. AI can challenge us to rethink the role of the teacher in the classroom. But we know for a fact that early childhood education requires social interaction. Children need the communication, they need experimentation to develop in a holistic way. However, we know that teachers, or especially early childhood teachers, are facing burnout that leading them to leave their jobs. So there is teacher shortage, especially in the early years education. And AI is our opportunity to support teachers, to help them, to be active facilitator in the classroom.
Thank you, Nasir. Mohammed.
Yes, thank you very much for having me. In fact, misconception for me resulted or would result into over fear or panic. One of the misconceptions, or even lower panic or lower sense of urgency. One of the misconceptions by policymakers is that AI will do this and that in the coming 5-10 years. In fact, AI is currently changing education. So that, I would say, less sense of urgency and action is because of this misconception about the future that AI will bring. In fact, we are now, in the present, being impacted by AI. I agree about, and also disagree, whether it will replace teachers. It will replace the kind of the standard teacher, the one who just conveys information. This kind of a teacher, if you are not going the extra mile, if you are not adding value, you are going to be replaced. But the teacher who is trust builder, who is personality shaper, will not be replaced, in my opinion.
Thanks. I don't know if you noticed, there is a high alignment of thoughts, which I like. I come from a family of teachers, so very, very safe to say they're not going to be replaced, they're going to be probably better empowered. So I have the honor in this panel of having different regions of the world and great experience combination represented. So I'm going to dig down a little bit in your professional experience, and you can share for Latin America and also beyond. Michael, what specific AI-related competencies, and you have done a lot of work on that, should Latin America higher education prioritize? And how can you implement them successfully?
Well, first comment is that AI builds on a number of foundational competencies. And the set of foundational competencies are fairly universal. So it's not just in the Latin American region. You know, in my work in Asia, in different parts of the Americas, the set of foundational competencies are fairly similar. So, you know, competencies around computational thinking, around data analytics, around statistics, math, general digital literacy, these are competencies that are relevant to Latin America and beyond. And let's not also forget about transversal competencies that we need to embed within our curriculum, but also in lifelong learning, adult learning opportunities. What is also quite important as we think about development in AI is how do we use AI responsibly and ethically? So the ethics and governance part of AI, and that competency needs to be taken into consideration as well. So let me bring it a little bit to the Latin American context, which is your question. When I think about the Latin American context, there are lots of opportunities for what I believe would be what I would call targeted efforts around AI. Let's look at which sectors are important to the economy. In the Mexican context, it'd be automotive, manufacturing, infocom, and healthcare, for example. and develop competencies that are related to jobs, AI competencies related to jobs. And across the region, I think there's opportunity to share knowledge, to co-share cost of development of cost-effective solutions that are contextually relevant to Latin America, rather than trying to just copy and paste from other parts of the world. And that's how I think we can contextualize the set of competencies and solutions for Latin America.
Thank you, Michael. And just mentioned this, and also the previous panel, there's a lot of weight should be put on governance framework to balance AI innovation with equity concerns, and that is particularly true for developing countries. Francesco, you have a lot of experience advising many, many countries. What do you learn that could be applied in the Latin American Caribbean context and beyond regarding governance framework?
Thank you. I take this humbly in the sense that no position to advise anyone in Latin America. So I want to just put down 3 possible models. And obviously Asia is a very big place. So I'm going to pick 3 particular cases without singling out those countries, but just because there are different approaches to governance. So the first, I want to pick an example from India, something called Diksha. It stands for Digital Infrastructure for Knowledge Sharing. So this is a federal government, so a federal level, where they develop an open source governance model, which is basically a platform in which different states can build their own AI-enabled tools. So it means that you are creating a platform that has certain principles, so everybody follow the same rules, is open to different languages, because in India, obviously, they speak different languages, different cultural sensitivities, but you create that kind of equal base for everybody to play with it. Another approach is coming from Singapore, where it is a more governance model, which is, I call it AI governance framework for education, which is part of a broader model AI governance. It's been around for 5 years. And the idea is that it's a governance model that frame the way other entities engage with AI. It's a human-centric AI across different sectors and has clear rules about ethical procurement and deployment of AI tools. So let's say you are a teacher or a school that want to apply tools, use that framework. But you can do it within that particular specific framework. And finally, something that is a little, if you want, less directive or more kind of guiding is the ASEAN guidelines on AI ethics. So these are guidelines. You can follow, you cannot follow, right? But there are 7 principles that can help different countries to apply AI in an ethical way. So I mentioned 3 different approaches, something that is actually a physical platform, something that is more kind of a governance policy approach, and another one that is more giving guidance, right, to different players. That, I think, quite useful to do at regional level, so that then country can adapt to their own local realities.
Thank you for sharing these 3 experiences. They are very meaningful, I think, also in a Latin American and Caribbean context. And let's go from governance to the early stages. Dr. Koja, how can we lay the foundation for AI readiness starting in the early years? And I was very excited to read about your work and the work of the foundation. Also, the Inter-American Development Bank has a lot of investment in early childhood education. So what can developing countries around the world learn from the Saudi Arabia approach to early childhood education and AI readiness?
So I think to answer the Saudi approach, we can just simply see how we are bringing the early childhood conversation to this setting. So even though we are discussing AI and human capabilities, we're not overlooking the role of early childhood or the early years stage. We are bringing that at the core, and this is the beautiful aspect about the Vision 2030 programs initiatives, that it starts from the early years, and every topic we are addressing, we are looking at it from the early years as well. In terms of AI readiness, it's not an easy question to ask, but it also challenges us as experts to look at it from a holistic way and also to make sure we are not missing out on the opportunities, because at the end we want everyone to have equal access, and we want also to enable teachers to be able to use tools that make the profession of working with young children easier to them. So we know from OECD reports, from other international reports, that children who miss out on developing skills in the early years, especially foundational skills, including reading, writing, and math, and resilience, adaptability. Let's look at learning how to learn. All of those skills, if they are not developed from early years, those children would face difficulties and challenges in their academic performance and future opportunities. So from my perspective, it's again about skills and competencies. What skills and competencies that help them be more adaptable to changes, to learn what they don't know at the moment, and to be prepared for what we don't know tomorrow and after tomorrow. And what values do we need? What kind of values do we need to bring to children to prepare them for the fluidity of AI? They need to be grounded. They need to look or learn how to utilize it through the skills and values from the early ages.
Thank you very much, and we strongly believe that. And that's why we are really putting a lot of efforts in investment in the region in early years. Let me go back to the macro perspective to finish this round. Mohammed, you have a lot of experience working in the Middle East, in the North Africa region. What are the critical gaps in institutional AI readiness in the MENA region compared to the rest of the world? And what are the specific solutions you would recommend to bridge this in an efficient way?
Thank you very much. Maybe I'm not exactly the right person to answer about the Middle East because I am based in the United States. However, I would argue that with my roots experience and a lot of projects that I led in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia in particular, but around the entire region, I can identify a few gaps. I would start with the policy and governance. Today, I'm not aware of any university that has clear or any published policy about where or where not the use of AI is encouraged or allowed or even prohibited. It's up to every teacher or professor or instructor to define the rule, which is also an interesting thing. But it was really important for the learners widely, for also the other stakeholders who will engage with the learners and the learning environment to understand what is the policy. It could be national policy, it could be regional policy, it could be university policy, department policy, but there must be a policy or a clear governance of this tool that could be used in so many ways as we all have established. The second is building the infrastructure. We've seen this example in India. At Arizona State University, we have a tool that helps every student to build his own AI model, train it and use it and develop it, and that's hosted on the university servers and very secure cloud. Today in the Middle East, you are using the global engines that are hosted on a cloud with you don't trust about the IP being produced, could be shared, or could be the rights of the research could be violated. So having this infrastructure of secure AI infrastructure and cloud and storage is really important. And finally, going back to the first question about whether teachers would be replaced or not, it's important to develop the right kind of a teacher who will not be replaced. So again, that's my personal view. It's bad news for those who just convey information, right or wrong answers. Those, I'm afraid, will need to be reskilled to be more of trust builders. There is one thing I very much believe AI is unable to deliver. It's building trust. we still need to trust someone when there is conflicting answers and evidences. We have to build this kind of new teacher and new professional who could leverage the AI to build trust and to build more personality of our future workforce, future leaders, and future everything. So the reskilling and upskilling of current and future human capital, given that we are in the HCI, is really the third and most important gap in my personal opinion.
Thank you, Mohamed. And this is going to be probably the last question of the HCI conference. And you have 1 minute to answer. It's a tough call. Some of you are advising Latin American and Caribbean countries, some are not, but just imagine, you probably know the region quite well. If you have the possibility to advise this government, say one immediate action that needs to prepare for an AI-driven future, what would it be and why? Maybe we start with Michael first.
I'm going to first apologize. I'm going to probably take more than 1 minute.
Just go
I think
for
we
it.
have just a little bit of time.
It is fine.
I'll try to keep it succinct. I think that, when we look at what's happening, governments are worried about AI, institutions are worried about AI, teachers are worried about AI. We know there's potential, but we're all saying, what do we need to do? What policies do we need? What interventions do we need? And this goes back to an earlier point that I raised, that I think what we need is collective action, collaborations, and to work together across cities, institutions, and even across regions to find solutions together. So one of the things that we have started at the Institute is to form an education network around AI, bringing together institutions from around Latin America to develop an understanding on how to use AI, how to develop policies and governance, and to share a GPT platform that we had developed, and we make it open to the region, with the understanding that we will find a way together and to make better use of AI and raise the capabilities together. Now, when we look at the industry needs AI capabilities as well. So we've developed, through the Shaping Skills project, a way to define the skills taxonomy, the skills forecast needed for different industrial sectors, and we share that openly as well. So a long-winded answer to illustrate the point that I think the advice to policymakers or institutional leaders is find ways to work together so that we can solve and chart out the path forward and solve the problems together. That would be what I would say.
No, thanks, Michael, and I think thanks for sharing with the audience the great initiative that Tech Monterrey is spearheading, and wish you really great success. Hopefully we'll be able to accompany it. Francesco.
I would suggest to establish a national AI and education sandbox. Sandbox is basically a controlled policy-enabled environment where you, as government, set up certain rules, and then you plug in different stakeholders, schools, teachers, industry, etc., to come up and develop AI-empowered solution for education. Some of the example I made before actually started in this way. So the dictionary in India actually started as a kind of sandbox experiment. Singapore has a lot of AI regulatory test beds, right, where people can do certain things. Incidentally, fintech, that's how has developed, in a lot of places. So you kickstart innovation with certain guardrails, but you let the stakeholders to play with it, right? So you don't have everything centralized, but you let people do it. Where is the real challenge here? It's not technical. The real challenge here is that stakeholders tend to have different interests, and maybe they don't have enough incentive to collaborate. That's happening in governments. Different agencies, they don't work together, they don't talk to each other. That is the real challenge. So actually, ironically, I would say the main challenge on AI education is not technical, it's human. It's actually bringing all these stakeholders to work together to align their interests, right? But as a model, I will use this kind of sandbox guardrail approach.
Thank you, Francesco. Nasir.
I would second what has been said. and I would say it's really important to continue bringing the early childhood education conversation to the discussion of AI. We hear conversations every day, conferences on the topic, and it's important to acknowledge its existence. It does not mean that we are exposing children to AI, but it means that we recognizing that it exists and it can support teachers and it can support the early childhood services and system.
Thank you very much, the bedrock. Mohammed.
Thank you. So I guess I have the last minute.
The last word.
Of the entire conference.
Probably,
I'm the last panelist. So that's a great responsibility. I believe the gaps I spoke about in the Middle East could still be valid also for Latin America, right? And maybe you would agree to a large extent. So again, I would come back on establishing policy and building human capital is what we need. Again, and I totally agree about human would still is the challenge, and how to adapt and how to drive the future of AI. And when we speak about human, I guess this panel is great in the sense that we have Tech Monterrey from Mexico, Lee Kuan Yew from Singapore, Saudi Arabia. Really, we need South to South, a lot of discussion and collaboration. I know that might not sound right being based in the United States, but I guess the challenge would be really easily understood when it comes from another country that shares the same challenge and the same reality. Having to own our own cloud and secure way of using AI is really important for the existence and our IP and our contribution to humanity. So that would be my final thought, and thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. A round of applause for the panel. I was very inspired, and I espouse your willingness to create and strengthen the network, South-South and also North-South and South-North, because a lot is happening here. Thank you very much to everyone.